Good morning and welcome to the RDA National Championships 2023. It is day 3. We have had lots of excitement here over the last couple of days, including thunderstorms, which delayed play for a little while yesterday. But we are back here at Hartpury, and we are going to be kicking off the day in style with the first class here, Class 94, Dressage Freestyle, Grade 7, Walk and Trot. We saw some fantastic dressage yesterday, including we ended the day with the freestyle costume class, which quite frankly had me a blubbering wreck. And one person who had to help hold me together yesterday, who had to take hold of the reins and say, Jenny, pull it together, come on, make it through to the end of the day, was the brilliant, the wonderful, I can't say enough things about him. And his newfound skills as a commentator, the wonderful Clive Milkins. Clive, welcome back to Hartpury.
Good morning, or good evening, should I say, as you're still in Vancouver. So how's the weather in Vancouver today?
No idea. It's pitch black outside. I'm just waiting for a bear to walk past my house.
Yeah, been there, seen that. It's what's really interesting is when you're teaching and a bear comes out of the woods. That's when it gets really entertaining.
Oh goodness, there's so many different things that can eat me or my dogs here. It's a daily struggle, Clive, I'm not gonna lie.
No, but having been in Vancouver. No, you carry on.
God, no, tell me.
But having been in Vancouver a lot, I think the countryside and does make up for some of the challenging native species, I think.
Yes, coyotes, cougars. Someone on our local Facebook page was saying yesterday they could hear a coyote literally where I was yesterday afternoon. Not a coyote, a cougar. I was like, oh, good. That's where I was playing with my kids yesterday. Anyway, enough about the Vancouver indigenous species. How is the vibe there at Hartpury? How is everyone feeling? Are they buoyant after yesterday's wonderful dressage successes? How was the party?
Well, I walked across the showground this morning, and you know Hartpury very well, and it's warm and the sun's out today, but there were one or two heaps on the grass that looked as though they were asleep and recovering, and a couple of my friends were certainly wearing dark glasses, but the vibe is great. I had breakfast in the car park. Everybody is their usual friendly, chatty selves, and everyone's excited for the third day.
Very excited indeed. Now we're kicking off the Dressage Freestyle Grade 7 Walk and Trot. Now, we all know from yesterday, anyone who tuned in yesterday and listened, and if you didn't, where were you? You can watch it all back. They're all available on Facebook and YouTube. And we are live today on YouTube, Facebook, and Horse and Country. But yesterday, we saw some incredible talent. What can we look to from the Dressage Freestyle Grade Walk and Trot today, Clive?
Well, as you know, I'm passionate about a horse's walk and about the walk and trot riders as much as anybody else. And I think that when we look down the list, it's going to be a good day. I have a good feeling that we're going to see some exciting talent for the future.
And can you just remind us, we're obviously on the Grade 7 Walk and Trot. What does, for people who might be tuning in, who fell in love with us over the last couple of days, or might be stumbling across this feed, or even new to dressage, if you've never seen dressage before, then you've come to the right place, people. Grade 7, first of all, what's that bit? And then Walk and Trot Freestyle. Just take us through, because it's a long title for a class.
Grade 7 is newly introduced this year, and it's to encourage anybody with any challenge to have a go and be part of this wonderful RDA community. And so it really is freestyle with very few compulsory movements other than an entry and an exit and a salute. And it really is to encourage anybody to come and have a go at a level they feel suitable for. I think it's a really exciting class that should be taken on worldwide.
Well, first of all, we have Edie Mountain with, now I fell in love with this pony on the first day, Oscar Puddle. I have been informed by the Belvoir Vale RDA group in Nottingham that he's known affectionately as Puddle at home. This pair stole my heart on the first day in the showing sections. Oscar Puddle is one of those ponies that you just, honestly, I would say that my granny might even be able to ride. But then suddenly he has a little spark and a twinkle in his eye and he's off. He's just the most fantastic pony. It's Edie's first time at the Nationals. She's taken part in lots of the different sections. So it'd be great to see how she gets on. What's she doing there, Clive? A little hand going up. Tell the viewers what's Edie? Is she just giving us a wave? She's expecting a round of applause. What's going on?
No, the bell has gone, and so she's signaling to the music operator that she's ready to start her test and to press play.
Amazing. So lots to think about before she's even entered the arena. And she's just getting the engine going there, giving Oscar Puddle a little bit of a tap on his sides just to say, come on in. She's looking around. Straight on in there and straight into hold. No hanging about for Edie.
No, that's a really positive, dynamic start. In she goes, acknowledges the judge, and she's off.
Definitely. And what do you think of this little pony? I know you have an Ice Queen heart that we have to melt we have to thaw you out as the day goes on, Clive. But this is surely got to be one that's setting the thaw in motion from the go.
How grumpy do you want me to be first thing on a Sunday morning? No, I'm loving it, actually. It's a great coloured pony. His ears are pricked. The trot is very rhythmical. It's nice and active without going chaotic. He's looking towards the contact. And, when a rider swaps a whip over like that, she's showing dexterity. No, I'm really happy with that first thing for a Sunday morning.
And I tell you, Edie, she is accurate. She is getting into those corners. There is not an inch of this arena she is leaving untrodden on. Again, I mean, that is accuracy. Again, for the people tuning in with welcome this morning, guys. But if you're not into dressage, one of the most important things I've always told my clients is if it don't look pretty, just ride it accurate, because you will gain so many marks for that. And this is something that Edie is doing so well.
Yeah, this is about geometrical shapes, and the arena is 20 meters wide. So you have to show a 20-meter circle. Otherwise, it's not correct and you can't get the mark. And the thing about accuracy is everybody can be accurate, no matter whether you're riding a wonderful dressage horse like Vallegro or a very ordinary horse that we see in our RDA groups daily. And that's no disrespect to ordinary horses. They are wonderful at their job. But if they're not flashy in their paces, you can gain so many marks by just being accurate and rhythmical like this pony is.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it, using the terminology, because we see the Vallegros and the En Vogues and the Glamourdales as what people aspire to have, and they buy expensive 4-year-olds in the hopes to have these great horses. And but to me, those are the kind of horses I see millions of those. Don't see many Oscar Puddles going around in the middle of an arena with a young person on riding their first dressage test at the Nationals and looking after them. I think these are the extraordinary horses, and the other ones, those are the ones I see all the time. You can 10 a penny those ones.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, look at the expression on Oscar Puddle's face as he comes across the diagonal. Almost, that walk is so good, he's almost aiming for his feed bucket. He's so accurate and marching. And you know what, Jenny? I spent last week here at the International writing for the Grand Prix, and the judges are still saying losing rhythm, crooked, mouth open. So even the very smart horses are losing marks with the basics, which is a great shame, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Not Oscar Puddle, though. Edie, look at this. This is just an absolute delight, isn't it?
It really is. So TikTok, his ears are forwards. Edie is riding so well. She's putting every amount of effort into it. I love the way she's changing a whip over, thinking about her sitting when the outside shoulder comes back to change the diagonal, sitting, trotting to walk. She's riding fantastically. Just what we're going to see first thing on a Sunday morning.
I know, she's put the gauntlet down. She is like, I am Edie Mountain. Here I am. Check out my pony, Oscar Puddle. People are going to be watching this going, wow, she set the standard. And what I am so impressed by, and what I think anyone who might come across our live stream this morning and those brilliant fans that have been following us, whoever is the trainers of all these wonderful riders, take my hat off to you, because I have not seen a pair of hands that I've disliked for the last 3 days. Look at this child's contact. Look how soft it is. I mean, I could learn a thing or two from this beautiful riding. We see so much fiddling, so much handiwork, but most of these ponies are going so beautifully because the position and the riding and the basics are just so good. And I think Edie is just testament to that right now.
You're absolutely right. And you mentioned hippotherapy yesterday. And the point is that good riding posture is good physiotherapy, and good physiotherapy creates a good riding posture. And one of the most amazing thing about RDA is it works so hard on every single rider on sitting as symmetrically and as balanced and as even as possible, both for the medical reasons, to protect the horse, and for their riding. And we must never forget that riders' posture and position comes before anything else, to be as good as they can be with the talents that they have. It's awesome to watch this.
Absolutely. And what it just shows as well is she's just in a rhythm. She's got puddle going forward. And look, the outline is there. The contact is there. That outline right there, Pammy Hutton would be so proud of. I mean, she would be literally singing from the rooftops. Look at him licking his lips, ears forward for the judges. If that isn't a photo for the poster child for the RDA, I don't know what is.
Couldn't agree with you more. Those front legs, where I am on the side, those front legs were dead straight and dead square. So wonderful performance to start the morning.
Oh, I love Oscar Puddle. I see Oscar Puddle is definitely a contender for my commentator pony of the weekend. I tell you, look at him licking his little lips as he goes out. Absolutely sweet. And what I really like about Oscar is he's not in a rush. He's like, I'm happy in here. I'm just going to chill my way to the exit. Whereas some of them are a bit like, get me back to my mate, get me back to my stables. Whereas Oscar Puddle could have done another test. Look, he's like, yeah, I want to show off a bit more. Just take my time, soak up the applause.
Yeah, he's very happy in the arena. And we always like to see a horse or a pony, as well as a rider, that are a bit of a showman or show person. And that pony's got it in spades.
And we spoke about this a lot yesterday, Clive. But Oscar Puddle's got a mate there. There were two ponies in the arena. This might be confusing for some, but I love the terminology used for this second pony. Can you just explain it to us again, Clive? Because I love it.
Yeah, it's gone over many manifestations over the years, but we call the second pony the friendly horse. Quite simply because it's there, because as we know, horses are herd animals. And when our horses have come from riding schools and RDA centres, they very rarely work on their own. They're always in a herd. So suddenly to come into this arena on their own can be a little bit daunting. So in RDA and Para, we're allowed that second horse to stand there just to give the competing horse a bit of confidence.
It's just such a nice... it makes me so happy because it's working to so many things, isn't it? For that reassurance for the horse, reassurance for the rider, and especially for someone like Edie's first nationals, it just takes the edge off those nerves. Having a friend in there and knowing if your horse is happy, then you can push them and concentrate on the job in hand. I just think it's such a lovely rule that is within the RDA, and maybe we should allow it in some other competitions as well.
Well, with the current idea about social licensing and welfare, there's nothing more welfare friendly than keeping a horse in its natural herd environment. It's such a great way of doing things. I'm all for it.
And so next into the arena, just having a pause in the funnel there. And that funnel there, you go into the warm-up arena. I mean, so many great riders have ridden and stood just where that young rider is right now. But this is Summer Turnbull riding Kilnamona. Oh, goodness, this is Kilnamona. It's 12 o'clock at night here. I'm going to stumble over words, guys. Bear with me. Don't sack me, RDA, just yet. From the Saxon RDA in Wiltshire. Summer is a 14-year-old rider for the Saxon group. She finds the world a place full of anxiety and fear, unless I'm on the back of one of my beloved RDA ponies. Goodness, Summer, you're going to set me off already. It's far too early for this. My dream for the future is to ride at Hartpury and hopefully one day become a student here. Oh my goodness, I'm sure that will happen, Summer. But again, she is an ASD and PDA rider for the Saxon group. Again, we hear so much. Obviously, there's people when they watch this stream, and there's some very physical people often have lots of physical disabilities, which are very obvious. But what I'm getting more and more, the messages from people on social media, on Instagram, is the mental health and what these horses do and the confidence these horses bring. And I know stories of certain riders who have learnt to talk since riding. And it's just, there is just no end to how these horses help.
Absolutely. The point about horses, not only are they great levelers, they help everybody to become equal. So RDA has no judgment. It doesn't judge your impairments. It supports your ability on a horse. And Summer's piece at the beginning of this explains exactly what RDA does. And even Winston Churchill said the best thing for the inside of a man is the outside of a horse. And that has never changed.
Look at this, Clive. You're quoting Winston Churchill, and it's 9 o'clock in the morning. You're a fabulous human. I love a good quote. So we have this gorgeous coloured horse here, and Summer. And what I love about it is Summer is, and if people watching her riding here, she is looking up. She is one step ahead of this horse the whole way, because he is a cob. He's not going as kind of rapidly as some of these ponies we've seen, but he is still covering the ground. He's still maintaining a rhythm. And what is so lovely to see is Summer's one step ahead of him, and she is looking to where she's going. And I always say, if you're looking where you're going, the horse knows where you're going. Everyone else knows where you're going. And I just think this is if you're going to learn from watching someone, Summer would be a great person to watch.
Absolutely. And if you're wanting to study the paces of a pony or a horse, look at this pony's walk. The back feet are going, a good 6 to 8 inches in front of the prints of the front foot. That is a massive overtrack. And the swing in his back is really giving physical therapy to Summer. And then when he trots, he's just a very tick-tock rhythm. He's putting his back feet into the prints of his front feet, and it's so nice and calm. There's no tension. They're a happy combination. They really are.
And a sparkly brown band. Now, are you a fan of the dressage bling, Clive, or do you shy away from it and run in the other direction?
No.
You're not a fan? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Definitely not.
So you don't have a diamante encrusted hat? Come on, Clive. You're letting me down here.
No. Natasha Baker, when I used to coach her when she was a child, used to deliberately wear pink jodhpurs just to annoy me. And she did it every single week just to annoy me. For me, the horses, I'm traditional black and brown leather. And for me, the horse's head should shine without the bling.
Here we go. This is the grumpy Clive that we've come to know and love right there. And we're getting lots of messages on, I always call it the Facebook, and people find me hilarious. You're so old, Jenny. Stop calling it the Facebook. It's Facebook. Park Lane Stables. Now, I have to tell you, Clive, Park Lane Stables, these are the RDA social media group to beat. They have given us so much, so many messages, so much love on the social media, and they're back this morning. Good luck to everyone, and already in love with Puddle. I couldn't agree with you more, Park Lane Stables. We can't wait to see Yasmina, who is incredibly determined and has worked so hard to be there. Adam Cromarty, he came and joined me, the voice from around the world, the famous commentator that is Adam Cromarty. Best of luck to everyone who's competing today. Every single rider has been amazing so far. Many memories made. He is all the way in, jazzing himself up in LA, so it's great to hear from him. Rachel Williams says, "Go Edie, we are so proud of you." Tori Wallace, fabulous riding, love the commentary. Why, thank you, Tori Wallace. And what a fantastic end there to this test from Summer Turnbull. I mean, Summer, what a calm, just chilled test, great way, and look how pleased she is with that pony. I mean, oh my goodness, Summer, this is what I like to see. So much pony patting and hugging, and just probably a bit of relief there, Clive, would you have said?
Absolutely. She's got another one in the bag, and what a happy partnership. She succeeded what she said she wanted to do at the beginning of the test. It's a partnership and it's her happy place. That, to me, that's more wonderful than any bling brow band.
And what I really liked about Summer's test as well is she, this pony obviously is on the more sedate side of going, but she kept the engine running. She kept the momentum going. She kept the pony forward the whole time. At no point did I think, oh, she needs to put that energy back in. And that, I think, when you're riding a cob who is naturally saying, I want to slow down and look after you, to keep that engine and the revs up. And I think that was a brilliant job.
You know, this business about sort of rhythm, straightness and balance is so important, because you can't ride a horse or pony with power until you are confident in your steering and the basics. And for me, that pony was so, you know, it was active in his own balance. He could go where he was told to go. He just kept quietly taking her forwards, which is exactly what we want to see. No scary moments, no concern about too much effort. I mean, when I ride, I'm lazy. I don't want to kick a pony. I just want them to take me. And that was a lovely example of that.
We just an insight into your riding there, Clive. We got insights into how I like to smile at the judges, but we need more to. We're going to probe you a little bit today, I think. So we now have Bobby McAllister on the wonderful Saxon. Now, I am pretty sure Saxon was here with several riders last year. They're from New Townards, RDA, Northern Ireland. I'm sure someone can let me know on social media, but I'm pretty sure Saxon was here last year. I'm pretty sure I remember falling in love with him then. Bobby McAllister has competed at Hartbury many times and enjoys dressage, the Countryside Challenge, and show jumping. Saxon is from the Saxon RDA and New Townards, and New Townards are borrowing him. There we go. I knew I'd seen him riding for someone else. Saxon is RDA's Equine of the Year this year. He is being borrowed by several groups, which is something he did last year, and was awarded the Harvey Cup, which is for the best all-round horse. His favourite thing to eat is ice lollies, and he has a party trick of taking the whole lolly off the stick in one go. His love of eating will go far as trying to nibble plastic leaves on the Countryside Challenge, apple trees, and getting himself stuck in hedges in the search of green grass. Wow, Saxon. I mean, I knew I recognised him, but I didn't realise we were in the presence of greatness, Clive. Horses like this, I mean, if he could walk him into the palace and knight him, we would do that, wouldn't we?
Oh, there's so many of our horses and ponies in RDA that deserve many, many honours. We couldn't do without them. And I think, as you mentioned, he's a borrowed horse from the Saxon RDA group. Okay, he clearly enjoys his food, just like me. But what I love in RDA is this community where somebody can come over from Northern Ireland, and the expense of travelling horses these days is quite catastrophic for an RDA group. So to come over here without the need of travelling a horse, so there's a welfare thing going on here, and RDA groups sharing their ponies. What more of a community can there be with doing that?
And what I love here is Bobby's obviously new to Saxon, may not have ridden him as many times as he would have liked, and just kind of that time to get to know him as he's walked around the arena. But Saxon Pony of the Year is having a little, I think my friend's out there. I'm having a little look. I'm just going to stick my nose that way. So Bobby's got to get his head in the game now. He's got to kind of go, yeah, I know your friend's out there. I know you may want to disappear. I know you're Pony of the Year, but let's not get ahead of yourself. You've still got a job to do. And he's doing that brilliantly.
Absolutely. It's this partnership where the human has got to be a leader and a supporter to the horse. And as you say, we talked about the friendly horse earlier, and he's just got a little bit bothered because he's on his own. And Bobby's just got to say, it's okay, mate, I'm here for you, and I'll look after you. That's part of the partnership.
Absolutely. And you have to remember as well, we say, the riders having to work hard. He's never ridden the pony before, but pony they like to know their riders as well. So these horses that have to very quickly get to know a rider, the different ways they use their commands. Saxon has to tune into that as well and learn to be looked after by a different human. It's a lot for the horses.
Oh, it is. It's one of the things I talk about in my development plans is transferability of skills. And that isn't only rider to horse. That's the horse just going, this is somebody I don't know, but I trust the system. I trust my people around me, and it's okay. I can do my job even though I'm not sure of this person. It's like making friends with somebody.
Yeah, well, it sounds like all that Bobby has to do is dangle a carrot in front of Saxon and he'll be your best mate, or a plastic apple from the Countryside Challenge.
It certainly looks that way, Jenny, yes.
He is doing a great job. Saxon seems to be settling. And what's very clever here is Bobby's using the test to calm Saxon down a little bit. The changes of direction, the smaller shapes, that really helps, doesn't it? Get the horse focused and on the job. And you can see there, he's softening through his outline, through his frame. And this is a great example for anyone watching who has a horse slightly on edge. Maybe you're doing your warm up. This is a perfect example of why trainers say, put some circles in, change direction. This is something that really does calm the horse. And you can see it right now.
Absolutely. Horses in many ways, when they're on their own, then they don't like thinking for themselves and they can get into a bit of a panic. So if you sort of introduce yourself to them by saying, this is how I start, this is how I stop, this is how I do a circle, the horses gain confidence from that little bit of direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see there that Bobby is using the rainbow reins. For anyone who's not familiar with these are such a great tool. I find them perfect. I mean, I would put many an adult in something like this when I'm teaching them to ride, because visually as a coach, these reins are absolutely brilliant, aren't they, Clive? Are they something you use a lot of?
Oh, yeah. I don't have horses anymore because of the amount I travel, but always in the back of my car is a set of rainbow reins, because anybody, adults, Pony Club child, as well as in RDA, just to be able to say to somebody, I want you to hold the reins on the blue bits or the green bits or the bit between the blue and the green, makes all the difference. It stops you having to think about it. It's a very easy visual aid, which is really important.
And I just have to say that Bobby is doing a fantastic job here. I was slightly worried the transitions might suffer because he was very distracted when he came in, Saxon. He'd heard all these great things we'd said about him, was like, yeah, no, I'm off. Come on, still life in the old boy yet. But what is great is Bobby it would be very easy here, wouldn't it, to suddenly go, oi, no, stop, oh, slow down, oh, speed up. But he's actually keeping his composure and the transitions are so smooth.
Yeah, there was a little bit of anxiety at the beginning, I think, but they've got themselves so organised. And, one of the things about dressage is it's about consistency. And they managed to get it back. Apart from that last transition, they managed to get it back pretty well to have a consistent speed and a consistent balance. So that was a good recovery.
Yeah, and a really good halt there to finish. Saxon really kind of threw himself into that halt. But you can see there, I mean, Saxon's not an easy ride. I mean, he's got all these accolades to his name, but you can't just get on and he does it for you. I think that really shows the talent of Bobby McAllister there, that he's had to really hold Saxon's hand there. And I really think that he should be very proud of himself.
Absolutely. Clearly, Saxon had a little bit of his own opinion first thing in the morning. Maybe he was partying himself last night, but Bobby got it together and they made a good partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he went out last night. He's been off. He heard where the party was, Oscar Puddle. They were painting the town black and white.
Absolutely.
We have a message on Instagram from Liv Langley 92. I don't know how hot you are on the old Instagram, but that's an Instagram name there. It's not someone's been christened an awful with 92 in their middle name. Team Wenlow RDA, who are there competing. I should have been there with them there today. Well, you can watch it all, Liv, on the live stream. Make sure you watch your team. But thank you for the shout out there. Wenlow RDA, a very popular RDA. And this is one of your team members coming strutting into the arena now. Erin Bowles riding Rocky from the Wenlow RDA. Now, we were chatting about the wonderful native breeds that we have here in the UK. And we love a feather, don't we, Clive? As long as I don't have to be the one washing them, I'm a big fan of a feather. But so lovely to see this horse coming in all his hairy glory.
I have to say, I've already got a soft spot for him because somebody must have been up very early to make him as sparkly white and clean as he is from his ears to the tip of his tail. And with such a long flowing mane and tail, that would be no mean feat to keep that clean.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the effort that goes into this. I always say, that's why I love eventing, Clive, because I get to do a bit of dressage, bit of show jumping, and then the bit I like, which is going fast past people on my own where no one can see me most of the time. But the amount of effort that goes into this few minutes in the arena it is so important. But also, that's the fun of it. I've been checking out the social media. I've seen what you guys are up to down there, and the stables are decorated, the doors are decorated. So yes, we see this 5 minutes in the arena, but what goes on behind the scenes, the volunteers, the family members, to get Erin and all these other riders on their ponies looking this amazing. But that is part of it as well, isn't it?
I think there's no better way of communicating with your horse than standing in a stable, brushing them. That's what that touch, that relaxation is all about. I think grooming, handling horses is so important. And the great thing here about the RDA Nationals is we have a best turned out competition for either the riders or the helpers. So good turnout is recognised here, which is even better.
And what an entrance from Erin, riding Rocky, coming down to the Rocky theme tune. And if this horse doesn't look like it should be on the set of The Hobbit, galloping along with an elf on its back, I don't know which horse should. Look at the pride that halt that he came in with and produced that halt. That was a wonderful entrance.
It really was. He's such an imposing little horse. And yes, I could see Gandalf on the back of him.
With your beard as well, Clive, we could get you on.
Absolutely, but I'm not wearing a pointed hat.
I'm sure we could get one from the fancy dress box that I know comes with the RDA.
Absolutely, definitely.
So Erin, I mean, if I just don't think you can get a more look of focus. Look at this walk now, right? I know you love your walk, but this is a marching walk. I mean, this to me looks like it is going somewhere. This has got to be a walk that you like, Clive. Come on.
Yeah, even I'm impressed with this walk, and I was reminded really of 2008 where we took Anne Dunham's Welsh Cob to Hong Kong for the Paralympic Games, and this horse would not be out of place at a 3-star para dressage competition. He is round, he is active, he is rhythmical, he is consistent, he's everything an international coach wants from a walk horse. He's fabulous.
Really, really fabulous. And then we have to remember these cobs were not bred for dressage. They were bred for pulling ploughs through a field and carts and end up very heavy on the shoulder because that's where they're driving from. But I mean, this pony looks as light as a feather. I mean, she's doing a wonderful job of getting the power coming through from behind and lifting that shoulder. And in the stretch there, you can see he's not falling on the shoulder. He's keeping that momentum forwards. I mean, this is really lovely riding from Erin.
It really is. And again, because of the way he's built, his neck is in such a lovely position. As you can see there from the back view, there's a swing to his hips, meaning there's a swing to the rider's hips. It's just lovely, and a prime example of how the history of England has been born on the back of native breeds like this one, multi-purpose and multifunctional.
I'm gonna say it. He's got the peachiest of bottoms, hasn't he? That is a mighty fine backside for a horse. I love it.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
This is a really lovely test. And now up into the trot. Just see a little bit of a swish of the tail there where he was like, no, I was really happy in my walk. I'm good at my walk, thanks, Mum. But now he started to settle into it. It was a little moment of, I was quite happy doing walk very much. But Erin has gone, no, there is a job to be done, Rocky. Come on, let's get on with it. And you can see here that really, I mean, the ears are starting to come forward and he's like, okay, I can be flashy. Let's show this trot off then. Come on then.
And look at that trot. He's got his back feet into the prints of his front feet. The V on the back legs is the same as the V on the front legs. He's in a lovely sort of outline. He's aiming towards the contact with his stretch. And look at that tail swinging. That means he's relaxed. He's just gorgeous.
Oh, you're going to be... Watch out, Wenlow RDA. There's Clive Milkins is on the path. He's going to come and try and steal Rocky from you.
Definitely. He's my horse of the day so far.
Oh, goodness. Not Oscar Puddle? Clive, who are you? I don't know you anymore.
Yeah, but this is a grey.
Ah, yes, I forgot. So what is really tricky about these tests is that it's just they've got to throw in so many serpentines, so many changes of direction. And what I'm loving about Erin is it doesn't seem to matter what range she's going, where she's going, how she's turning, that rhythm is staying the same. And that's going to be really impressing the judges.
He's just so consistent because of the way she's riding him. I mean, look at that. Just absolutely super.
Oh, lovely. Oh, look at that. Lovely. Look, can she smile? Can she let the breath go? There was a lot of concentration on her face. There we go. And Rocky's off. There we go. A smile from Erin. I think there was some nerves there to start with, but she has ridden that absolutely brilliantly. And just make sure you stay on board, Erin, because the moment you get off, Clive's going to be down there stealing Rocky and galloping off into the sunset with a staff like Gandalf.
And the odd hobbit running behind me. Absolutely. I just love this little horse. And I'm no lip reader, but although this rider hasn't let go of the reins, I'm sure she said, good boy. And there's the pat that I was looking for.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it takes a minute to register that you've completed. Yeah. You've done it. You've done that thing that you've been working for so long. But what a fantastic end to the class. That was our final rider in the class. I mean, what a great way to kick off the morning, Clive Milkins.
Absolutely. Okay, I can't help being a sucker for a grey, but we've had such a variety of school movement and accuracy. We said at the beginning that this was a freestyle with no compulsory movements. So we've seen the whole range of what you can do in a walk and trot test, which is fantastic. It shows adaptability, and it shows that riders are creating interesting patterns, which is they're thinking for themselves, they're independent. It's exactly what we're looking for in our riding.
Well, as you can see, the judges at the end of the arena are deliberating and just adding up scores. So we'll get the results of that class to you as soon as we can. We've got a little break now for about 10 minutes before the Dressage Freestyle Grade 1. Clive Milkins, will you be joining me for the rest of the day? Because I do love chatting to you.
Well, if you insist, haven't got much else to do. I'd be more than happy to stay on if you want me to.
Oh, I'm delighted. So, guys, go grab a cup of tea or a well-earned coffee after last night's celebrations. Please send us your messages, share the RDA love far and wide. You never know, by clicking a share button, you might be inspiring someone to get involved who didn't know about the RDA, might inspire someone into thinking, do you know what? That is something I can do. Please join us again in about 10 minutes for the next class. I am going to go and grab a much needed coffee, but I will see you guys and Clive back in 10. Well, welcome back here to the RDA National Championships 2023. We are here at Hartbury. Thank you for joining us. If you're joining us on Facebook, YouTube, or Horse and Country, welcome to the greatest 3 days of competition. We are now on the Class 95 Dressage Freestyle Grade 1. If you are watching, then please tell us where you're watching from. Let us know how you are this morning. Who are you supporting? Have you just stumbled across our live stream and are you enjoying it? And I am joined by the wonderful, the brilliant Clive Milkins. Clive, thank you so much for joining us. We had a wonderful last class, and now we're on to the Grade 1 Class 95 Freestyle. Could you just tell us a little bit? Grade 1, what's this class? What can we expect?
This is, for me, probably the most interesting class because, of course, I'm obsessed with walk, and this is the walk class. This is the class for riders who are graded at Grade 1. So this is, you may well be seeing future Paralympic riders in this class.
Amazing. So ones to watch out. And this is Austin Burns riding Joyce Boy from the Omar RDA in Northern Ireland. Not all the Northern Ireland riders have brought their horses over. Do you know this horse yourself and Austin, Clive? Because you do know a lot of the competitors, don't you?
Yeah, I'll never know why this horse is called Joyce Boy. To me, he's always been known as Apollo. I know him quite well. Yeah. I've ridden him many times, and I do coach Austin when I go over to Northern Ireland. So if I go a bit nervous on you, that's why. Okay,
so take us through this test, and what's that bit of advice you give to people when they first enter that arena like that? Because that's when the nerves really kick in. What's the Clive Milkins top tip for when they enter the whiteboards?
It's just another day in the office and own it.
Own it. I love it. So coming down the centre line there with Apollo, we will call him by his stable name. And now Apollo, to me, looks, I think Austin looks quite tall, but Apollo looks quite big. Would I be right in saying we've had quite a few of the smaller ponies here over the last test? But Apollo, that's a big old stride and a big old walk he's got there.
Oh yeah, he's about 16 to 17 hands, so he is a big horse, and he is an event type. He's hunted and done some eventing in Ireland, and I just think he's lovely. He's a big rangy horse. He's got an A frame rather than a round O frame, so he's better for riders who have narrow hips and tight adductor muscles.
Goodness, right, you've just opened up a whole kind of can of worms there that I need to talk about. Okay, so he's an A-frame to start with. Come on, you can't just throw this at people who might be just going, I've just tuned in to watch some dressage. What on earth is he talking about?
Okay, when you look at the barrel or the trunk of the horse, they come in two main shapes. A lot of our cobs and ponies are very round in their shape, whereas the thoroughbred types are much more angular. So if you looked at him from the front, he would look more like an A shape than he would an O shape. It's just a way of gauging width of the hips for the riders.
Amazing. And what you were saying there, so this horse would suit someone who needed the kind of their legs slightly closer together. And we see there a big smile there from Austin as he comes across the diagonal. And what I'm loving about this horse, like you say as well, with his frame, if someone was slightly unstable, that having that A frame, having that like positioning of the head slightly more, some people would say stuck on, actually holds the rider in place a little bit, makes him feel a little bit more secure. Would that be right?
Yeah, absolutely. Austin is quite a tall young man, and it's easier for him to get his legs down and around the horse than it would be, somebody who is a little bit shorter in stature might find this a little bit more uncomfortable, but they match each other shape-wise.
And you've taught Austin. Is he doing you proud here? I think he wouldn't mind if you gave a critique. What would you be saying to him right now if you had an earpiece in his ear?
That bit there is lovely, and there are some super moments just like that. The rhythm is good, the frame is good. I sometimes think his contact is a little bit inconsistent, and Apollo, being the shape he is, sometimes get his neck and head a little bit high, a bit like he's doing just there. Apollo isn't listening to me, I promise. But what I like is that when the horse goes a little bit hollow, Austin then remembers his contact and gets the horse to accept it forward and down, just like he's doing there.
Yeah, and that, like you say, it's so easy to forget your training when you've come down that centre line, isn't it? To just kind of ride the movements and forget to actually ride the horse. But Austin there, like you say, Apollo just came up above the bridle and he was like, no, I know the door's there, but actually this is where you need to be back on the focus. And what a lovely halt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very good steady clear round for the start of the competition. So I'm not too unhappy, but as a personal coach, I'll keep a little bit quiet, I think, on the microphone.
I can imagine you're quite tough. Are you a tough coach?
Yes.
Don't hold back, Clive. Say it like it is.
Yeah, I usually do. Yeah, I believe in honesty. Let's put it that way.
And just wonderful to see there. Apollo just really relaxed coming out the arena, not rushing. Just big smiles there from everyone on the ground. What a lovely way to start the test. Kind of laying down the gauntlet there, consistent rhythm. Yes, there are a few moments where Clive might shout at you, Austin, later. But I think overall, really impressive. Again, like you say, it is so unbelievably hard to ride a walk test, to get all 4 feet in the right place, in the right rhythm at the right time. And I think that was just a great example of how to do it.
Absolutely. This is, I think, why it's my favorite class, because the challenges these riders have with their own physical impairments, and then to have to be consistent, control your body, concentrate on riding the horse, concentrating on the accuracy, let alone listening to the music. You really do have to multitask, and that wasn't a bad job at all.
No, a fantastic job. And we're just waiting for our next rider to come in. I'm going to check out the social media to see who's been messaging us. But if you are watching on social media, please press that like and share button. Tell us where you're watching it from. Alison Turner, go Team Bramble. Gadsden Place Riding for the Disabled. We are rooting for you, Eden. I love a good shout out. And Jane Wheeler saying, "Oh, isn't he gorgeous?" Not sure who he's talking about. Maybe you, Clive. That's what I'm reckoning.
I have a very good face for radio.
Right, this is Claire Tregaskis riding Rory, come up from the North Cornwall RDA. So I tell you, with that, the traffic coming in and out of Cornwall at this time of year, about that took them a while. So thank you for making the journey up here, Claire. Dr. Claire Tregaskis in her first year of para competitions and has qualified for the Winter Nationals at bronze level and looking forward to competing in her silver qualification. Dr. Claire Tregaskis, I wonder what she is a doctor of. And we were talking yesterday about when Sophie Wells gave me a lesson on her horses. Anyone who doesn't know who Sophie Wells is, she is a shining example to us all as a wonderful rider, competes in para and able-bodied competitions and has done many, goodness, I remember her first Paralympics and she seems to be on, I think, number 3 now. But you can see here Claire uses some reins that are very similar to what Sophie uses, and the little loops there. Clive, can you just explain why some riders need this and how they work, and obviously all these kind of adaptations to equipment is allowed in this dressage competition?
Absolutely. I mean, we try to avoid discussing athletes' particular impairments, but it's not difficult to see here. And Claire, again, is a rider I know very well. And Mark, her coach, I work with quite closely anyway. Claire has some challenges with her grip. And therefore the loop reins actually mean if her hands involuntarily open, the loop around the outside of the rein stops her from losing the reins completely. So she has time to regroup, get the reins back, and go again. So they don't affect the horse at all, but it's a really good support for riders with impairments.
Yeah, and what a lovely picture that was. Rory facing the centre line and just ears forward and being like, right, I am ready for action, Claire. Let's go. I've got this. That was a lovely start there, wasn't it?
It was. And Rory is particularly cute. And yeah, they came down the centre line getting on with it, which is what I like.
Oh, wow. I'm enjoying this music already. And Rory there, we were talking yesterday about the markings. So he's got 2 white socks at the back and then 1 little white paw at the front. And you were saying back in the day, you'd have coloured in that white paw at the front, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would have done, because the judges can normally see through it, but it can give a slightly uneven appearance of the horse's stride length at first glance. So I would have tried to make that 4 white socks so it was a bit more even. But what I love is his big white face, because his white face is so symmetrical. When it comes down the centre line, it really shows that his head is on straight and he's not tilting his nose at all.
Yeah, I used to get constant comments I used to compete a young horse that had an off kind of line down his face. The whites went to kind of halfway and then tipped off to 1 nostril. And I constantly got marks not straight down the centre line, head tilt. I'm like, no. So I just tilted it slightly the other way and made it straight.
Exactly. But it helps with a white face like this. Okay, Rory's got a bit chatty now, but it does help because you can see how well his head is set onto his neck.
Yeah, and well set adils to his shoulders. I mean, Rory is a powerhouse, which what I find is extraordinary. And Claire is doing a magnificent job here of just guiding Rory around the test. And in a very kind of, yes, the pace isn't the forward that we've seen of the day, but it's consistent. And that is something that's so important. Rory is such a powerful horse, and if he wanted to, he could very happily leave this arena, and Claire is just guiding him, asking him to do these turns. And the most Rory's doing to say that he might feel like he's missing his mates as a little whinny. And that's just one of the things I find extraordinary about horses, that they want to do this, they want to be in there and with you.
Oh yeah, you couldn't make this horse, you could not force this horse to do what he didn't want to do. And I think it's his first time at the National Championships, and I think Claire is doing a very, very good job of coaxing him around the arena. She's really riding him very nicely indeed, and she's giving the horse a confidence-giving round that bodes well for younger riders in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've seen para-dressage change over the years. What I've found as well, working with the teams and having covered many Paralympics now, and is what these riders and seeing riders like Claire out there competing is when you're out and about, people see the disability. They don't see what you can do and what your abilities are. And what I've found is working with the para guys, how much I've learned from these guys about disabilities and working with them. But most people don't see how strong you are and how you can control this ton of animal. And that's what I just love about the RDA and this championships is you're seeing what you can do, not what you might have struggles with. I don't know how to articulate that well enough. I'm sure there's someone who can do it better. Sophie Christensen is already telling me off for not articulating it well enough. But I hope I'm making sense there, Clive.
Total sense. And as I said yesterday, RDA for me stands for Riding Develops Achievement. It's what our riders and horses can do as partners that is the most important thing. We avoid looking at the impairments. We don't need to see the challenges. We just look at the partnership between the horse and the rider. That is the key thing for me with this. It's about making the magic happen.
Yeah, absolutely. But what I do think is so inspiring, and the number of interviews I've done, and I know Sophie and Lee and riders Georgie Wilkins is getting more. Georgia's getting more used to it now because Sophie kicks her onto the stage and says, "Come on, you've got to talk to Jenny." But riders like Claire here, for anyone tuning in who might think this isn't for me, I can't do riding, I'm not able to. I mean, just by chatting and us talking, they might go, "Oh, this might be for me. I can do stuff." Like, do you know what I mean? We're inspiring people who might think that they're not able to realize that actually anything is possible.
One of the things that drives my passion as a coach is that out there's someone who could have been a Sophie Christensen or a Lee Pearson or a Natasha Baker or a Sophie Wells, and they haven't had the confidence to give it a go. So my overarching passion is to get people on horses to just have a go and see what we can do with these wonderful animals.
What we can do, Claire Trogaskis, is an amazing hold. I mean, what a way to finish that test. That was extraordinary.
Absolutely. You know, he did his job. He halted square. And what I love is Mark's gone in to give the rider confidence. And of course, Claire's smiling because she's enjoyed herself. But Mark has not interfered with the horse. He's just supported Claire and said, "Well done." But Claire is still riding. Mark is there for safety and confidence, but he's not interfering. And being Mark, he can't help doing a little bit of coaching right at the very end as well.
I just saw that.
Jenny,
yeah, I just saw that.
Mark can't help himself. But I don't know whether you can see where Mark's hand is now. There was an extra loop on the rein, which has an elastic insert. And that is key for horse welfare. Unfortunately, Claire's hand sometimes flails and flies around. And that little bit of elastic between the metal bit in the horse's mouth and the rein takes away any involuntary tension that Claire has. So even in competition, we are protecting our horses to the best of our ability. We never, ever compromise welfare.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I love that. I mean, we both saw it as coaches, like as she was riding out the arena, Mark just going, yeah, that was really good. But could have been, it looked like more forward or something that he was saying. Once a coach, always a coach. Hey, Clive.
Absolutely. And because I mentor Mark a little bit, I can't help coaching Mark. And I will mention that to him later, that maybe just give the rider a chance to just enjoy herself before he gets straight stuck in again.
Absolutely brilliant. One of the next riders into this arena in the dressage freestyle grade 1 is Chloe Davis riding Cody. Chloe is from the Scropton RDA in Derby. Chloe's been riding for Scropton RDA for 12 years, so she is a stalwart of the team now. She is an enthusiastic rider committed to excelling at dressage. Do you know this pairing, Clive, or is this a new one for you?
This is a new one for me. I know the RDA group, but I haven't seen this combination before at all. So it's quite exciting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And this pony's look at these toes flicking, powering on into the arena here. I love it. This pony has certainly got a good range of movement in his shoulder, that's for sure. That'll give a really good backswing, which will help the physical challenges this rider has. Oh, Chloe, she's girl after my own heart. Smile at those judges, win them over before you've even come down the centre line, Chloe. I love that. Did you see that, Clive? Coming past, big smiles there. That's one way to get them on your side. Absolutely. And the judges love it when you communicate with them. I know you don't agree with me, Jenny, but they are human beings at the end of the day, and they are trying to find the best mark for their riders. I have no idea what you're talking about, Clive. They're a species all of their own, and they all hate me. Yeah, I've heard that said so many times. It's lies. I'm a really good rider. They're all wrong. Of course they are. Yes, dear. Yes. My horse is consistent in the contact. They just don't know what they're looking at. I think I'll shut up at this point. Right, Chloe Davies, who is a far superior rider to myself. You have had a shout out from Catherine Dakin on the Facebook. Stop calling it the Facebook, Jenny. You're showing your age. On Facebook. she is rooting for Chloe and Cody. I think I'm kind of losing the plot here on my day 3. But Chloe, you've already annoyed Clive Milkins, because there's a lot of bling going on. Chloe, I love it. I'm a fan, but Clive doesn't like the bling, I'm afraid.
Just because you're grumpy, you don't need to poke the bear in me to wind me up.
I don't know what you mean.
Of course you don't.
So it's a lovely start to the test here, and you can just see Chloe sorting out her knitting to allow this lovely pony to just have a stretch. Oh my goodness, look at that walk, Clive. That has got to be you have got to be thinking that's a good walk. Come on.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. There's a bit of a swing to it, and when Chloe showed her ability and lengthened the reins, Cody was very happy to stretch down. I quite like the frame, and you can see that the pony's movement through his back is really helping Chloe's back to swing. And Chloe's a perfect example of a rider who is using her ability to the best of her knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely there. And you can see this pony just holds his frame a little bit, helping Chloe out. Chloe looking up and where she's going. I wish more riders would do this. Chloe, can you come and give some riders some lessons? Look at her, looking ahead, planning ahead, looking for her circle, getting accurate lines. I mean, honestly, I cannot express some of the riding that I've seen over the last 3 days is just brilliant.
It really is. I love the fact that this rider is planning, preparing. I mean, look at that turn. Okay, maybe Chloe's body isn't quite cooperating at times, but you can see the effort Chloe is putting in her turns, her spatial awareness. And I think one of the things, Jenny, when we talk about the Grand Prix dressage, we talk about horses being in self-carriage. But isn't this a wonderful example of an RDA pony being in enough self-carriage and self-balance to be able to help the rider out? It's fantastic.
Yeah, completely agree with you, and just harmonious. It's just wonderful to watch. I mean, how many riders do you have to say? There's not a sat nav down there. I have no idea why you're looking at their ears. That is not where you'll find any information. What's going on down there? And Chloe hasn't looked down once. She is, what was it you said yesterday? Plan to prepare or prepare to fail. I can't, it was a lot of P's, but
yeah, perfect.
Chloe is,
It's perfect planning prevents poor performance, and this is a perfect example of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she has not looked down once. I'm going to send people to this test to say, look, what you can learn from this. And what is so sweet as well is she is guiding the horse around. You can see she's using her body to turn the horse, not just her reins. Her reins are long, and the position of them is something obviously that she needs to have. So she's got to use her body to turn. And look, it may take a second, but the horse's face is then being followed by his shoulders, which is then being followed by his bum. She's turning the horse beautifully. Chloe Davies, I'm incredibly impressed.
And this is such a good example that contact is not about length of rein. Contact is the connection with the horse, and Chloe has it in spades. She really does.
Yeah, and what again a great example there. She's just coming. She was looking for her turn, looking back at where she was, looking for her turn. I mean, Chloe, this is one of the things that's hard to do, isn't it? Planning ahead while still riding the moment you're in. It's a bit like patting your head, rubbing your tummy, kind of itching your bum, all of these things at the same time. And she is literally doing it. I mean, I'm so impressed with her riding.
Well, this is, coordination is a therapy as well as in dressage. And this particular movement that Chloe's riding is unique to the grade 1. And it's a 3-loop serpentine, but you don't go to the sides of the arena. So you've got to be 5 meters away from the long side. Now, if you have spatial awareness challenges, like we talked about yesterday, there is no way of sight marking. This is purely about ability and confidence about knowing where you are in the arena. And Chloe's accuracy on that 3-loop serpentine, I've seen Paralympic top class riders not ride a serpentine as well as Chloe's just done.
Are you marking Chloe now? Are you thinking, right, if this young lady wants to set her sights on Paralympic glory? I mean, she's got all the ingredients, doesn't she?
Well, this isn't the X Factor, but I have been known as being the Simon Cowell of the para horse world in the past. This one is a yes from me.
And lovely Holt there to finish. And this really shows in the Holt how that Cody is not the easiest horse in the world to ride. Like, look there, she is well done.
Yeah.
Well done, Chloe, because I think tuning into that test, you might have gone, oh, that horse looks really easy. But that just shows that Cody has a mind of his own, and the Holt is incredibly tricky. She planned it from miles away, knowing that Cody might not halt straight away. And that just shows how not only has she been steering that pony, but she has kept the lid on him for that entire test.
Absolutely. And what I really liked as well is her determination that when the first halt had a blip in it, she then went and schooled the pony afterwards. That's fantastic.
Wowzers. What big smiles they're coming out. So well deserved. I mean, Chloe, you are committed to excelling at dressage, and my goodness, excelling at dressage you are. And look, he's even wanting to bounce out of the arena there, Cody. I mean, I want to give Cody a massive round of applause and get the audience to give her a standing ovation, but I have a feeling that Chloe would end up back at the stables before she knew it. So I think it's best that we lift our hands and wave our applause rather than clapping, because I think Cody is a lot more on his toes than Chloe let us. She's a sneaky rider. She kept him under wraps, but definitely one for the future. And I cannot wait to see where her dressage takes her.
Absolutely. Lovely performance.
Really, really love. And while we wait our next competitor, let us know where you're watching from. Give us your messages. Get on the Instagram and the Facebook. Share the love. Or is there anything you want to know, guys? I have Clive Milkins. He is the RDA Para Dressage Oracle. Do you have a question for him? Do you want to find out if this is something you can get into? Do you know someone who you think, do you know what? This would just be perfect for them. You do not have to have even seen a horse in real life before to get involved with the RDA. If you are terrified of horses, you don't even have to go near them. It is a community. It is a family. You will be welcomed with open arms. Am I right, Clive Milkins?
Completely. RDA is a community that anybody who loves horses or wants to get to know them better or has an interest in them, RDA can find a role for you in the organization, whether it's a volunteer or as a participant, whether you want to drive them or ride them, write poems about them or draw them. There is a class here at the Nationals for you, and RDA will welcome anybody, especially volunteers, with open arms.
Absolutely. And you don't even have to have experience with horses to be a volunteer. I mean, last night we could have dressed you up as a Dalmatian. You could have run around the arena if acting's your thing. You don't have to, don't be put off. Everything can be taught. If you think that this is something that can warm your heart as much as it does us, please do get involved. But oh my goodness, Francesca Martin riding the Blue Bandit from Pennywell's RDA. The Blue Bandit. Now, the Blue Bandit, the colour of this horse, Clive, you're going to have to explain it to people, but I'm guessing that's where the Blue Bandit's name is coming from, because it's like a blue roan from my distant screen, but that's going to confuse people.
Definitely, because he does the grey and the white mixed together, and the brown bits do make him look, well, some of them look a little bit pink. So we do call this colour roan. And if you go back to Black Beauty, there was a roan cob called Justice in the book Black Beauty. So they've been around. They're part of the native colouring as much as anything else.
And just what a sight to behold. I mean, the music starting already and just really fitting this combination. Cheska has been riding at Pennywell's for a number of years now. She loves riding blue, so Blue Bandit's known as Blue, and was very successful at the regional championships. She has started competing at bronze level para dressage this year, and she hopes to progress and compete more. Cheska makes us smile every day and is a pleasure to have around. Well, you're a pleasure to watch as well, Cheska. And just look at Blue. I mean, this partnership clearly know each other really well. This is just calm and a pleasure to watch so far.
Definitely one of the real key points to good RDA ponies is that when they do RDA, they're kept regularly trained. And I know Sarah at Pennywells, Sarah's calling the test. Sarah makes such an effort into keeping the ponies trained, and programmed is the wrong word, but keeps them within the guidelines so they're fit and healthy and know their job. And this is just lovely. And Cheska's got a white armband on, which means she also has the challenge of visual impairment as well as the physical challenges she has. So there's a double whammy of challenges there, and this combination is just lovely to watch. I hope they do very well in para.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know, there's something almost, I'm feeling like Cheska's my therapy morning. Like, this is so calming to watch and just so lovely.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a rhythm to it, and a fluidity and a harmony, which is so important when we ride. It is. I keep coming back to this word partnership, because that's what we're trying to aim for.
Look at Blue. I mean, what wonderful riding across there. The bravery it takes to give your reins like that. For people who may not know as much about dressage, we encourage the riders. What you saw there was Cheska giving the rein to the horse. You'll articulate it better than myself, but that just shows the partnership to the judges and so many other things. Why is that incorporated into a test, Clive? What was Cheska trying to show there? And she did it beautifully. It was so obvious what she was doing.
Well, we literally call that a stretch walk. It used to be called a free walk on a long rein, but now we call it a stretch walk, which is to demonstrate that when the rider pushes their hands forward, the pony or horse looks for the rider's contact. It looks for the security of the rider's hand, stretches across his back so he has a break in his muscles, and just as importantly, when you come back from the stretch into the medium walk, the pony is very happy to shorten his frame, but without getting tight and tense. So the horses learn that shortening the reins doesn't just mean go faster.
And what I love about this horse, if you watch ears, I bang on about it a lot, Clive. I've not banged on about it yet, so I'm going, this probably could be the theme of today. Ears on a horse tell you everything, especially from your vantage point sat on the back. And as you watch this little horse, every time Cheska does a turn, one ear goes back, just saying, oh, where do you want me to go? Okay, you want me to go that way? Okay, we'll go that way. Or this ear goes back. Okay, you want me to go that way? And the ears are just so gorgeous, communicating with Cheska, just to say, yep, I've got you. I'm listening to that. There you go. You saw the inside ear go back. And obviously there was a command there, and Blue just went, okay, that's the way to go. And you can just see the communication between these two, which is such a silent communication. And once you understand horses, you realize that they are always talking to you.
Absolutely. And if I was doing what Sarah's doing, stood at E, when I'm not reading the test for the rider, the first thing I'm looking at is the horse's ears. And as long as they're mobile and twitching backwards and forwards, you know that the horse is paying attention. Unfortunately, the last thing you want is for both ears to go forwards, because although that looks cute, that's usually when the horse has suddenly gone on to its own agenda.
Yes, I'm off. Just so lovely there. And what was so nice, big round of applause. And Blue was like, yep, okay, yeah, I'm not going to move. A lovely halt there. Very sparkly brow band. And Blue just now saying, yep, okay, right, let's go back to the box. Cheska, I mean, I would be very pleased with that test. I'm sure Cheska is a fierce competitor, but I think that was just so lovely and harmonious, and has massively brought my blood pressure down this morning. I think that has made me all lovely and calm.
Yeah, I'm the same as you. And what I love is that the whole time Blue's ear is still twitching backwards and forwards, looking, paying attention. He's happy to be here and part of the partnership. He's not, there's no force involved. He's very happy to be going, yeah, this is fun. I'm enjoying it. His ears told me that the whole way around the test.
We're getting some new messages in. Oh, goodness. So remember we were saying about the last partnership with Chloe Davies and Cody, and we said that we thought that she was covering up the fact that Cody might be a little bit tricksy and held her together on that final halt. And Zoe Robbie says Cody isn't the easiest pony to ride at all. The partnership Chloe has with him is so amazing. And Park Lane Stables have done many clap emojis to agree with that. So we spotted that, didn't we, Clive?
Yes.
Yeah, and that just shows what amazing riding that was from Chloe.
Absolutely. It is all about our riders' ability. They're not passengers. They have an active part in the teamwork that we work with the whole time.
Jill Corden says Natalie Mountain, Sam Mountain, Edie rode a beautiful, accurate test. Philip and I watched on H&C TV. So proud. What a lovely shout out that is. Sheila Barnett says, good luck to Millie Boo Smith, para dressage riding this morning. I'm sure Millie will be coming up later on. And Hayden Bishop says, Cotswold RDA are Team Cotswolds riding today. Oh, I don't know. I'm sure they will be. We will find out in a bit. I'll have a look down my list for you. Lots of messages coming in, guys. Keep sending them. I absolutely love them. Another one, Catherine says, well done, Chloe. Zoe says, go Chloe Davis and Cody. You're both superstars. Anne says, go Team Bramble, and Eden, you are both superstars as well. Anna Glass says, all the very best to everyone. I wish everyone luck. So loads of messages, keep them coming in. We now have Margaret Lupton riding Domino from the Border Group RDA. Do you know this partnership, Clive, or is this a new one for you?
I don't know the horse, but I have met Margaret on several occasions, and we're Facebook friends as well, so yes.
Facebook friends. I got told the other day Facebook's for old people. I was very offended.
That's funny. Gary's just nodding, and that was a conversation he and I had yesterday as well.
Gary is our producer today. Lovely Gary in the background. Big shout out. Very stressed Gary after all our internet issues at Hartbury yesterday that he has frantically sorted out. So a massive shout out to Gary. So Margaret has sent me a bit of information about herself. Not all the riders send me a bio, but some are very happy to share a bit about themselves. So I'll read it out. She's been riding at Borders RDA Group since 1998. Which to me was yesterday, 1998, but actually was quite a long time ago now. And I've been riding Domino for 6 years, so a partnership that's been together for a while. I've represented in both RDA riding and carriage driving over the past 35 years to a high standard regionally and nationally. Also GB internationally carriage driving for 15 years. My goodness, Margaret, you have been busy. I enjoy riding I enjoy helping other participants reach and find their goals within equine partners. I've completed my group coaching qualification, so I now coach sessions through the week at the Border Group. I thoroughly enjoy working with Domino, as we have formed the greatest connection over 5 years. He just knows when it's me on him. I'm sure his cheeky character comes out more, but he's never naughty with me. He sure does look out for me, though. What a wonderful bio there from Margaret, and a lovely down the centre line and halt to the judges. But Domino and Margaret here just seem like such a safe pair of hands to continue the dressage with, already showing promise for this combination, Clive.
Absolutely. I think Margaret summed it up. It is, I keep saying about this partnership, and I know Margaret more through the driving. But my point is here that it's pretty obvious to see Margaret's challenges, and yet Domino is continually walking. And so whenever you hear a pony club coach or a riding club coach saying kick, kick, Margaret counts. So when Domino is keeping going like this with such a lovely rhythm and safe, secure, I'm not feeling nervous watching this in the slightest. Domino is just carrying on doing his job, being guided by Margaret, as we see there. You don't need to kick and flap and chase. Margaret sat so still and so beautifully, and Domino is doing his job, so Margaret can do hers. It's a wonderful thing to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And we spoke about Pammy Hutton, who I've ridden with for years. Yesterday, the great Pammy, who's a trainer and great supporter of para dressage, and supplied many a horse and taught many a rider. But I think she would really enjoy this test. I mean, one of her showcases on one of her horses is to drop the reins and just think rein back, and the horse goes backwards. And she is all about the connection with the horse. And I think her and Margaret would get on swimmingly here.
Totally. Classical French and German training with our horses starts with a rider's seat. And every single rider I've ever worked with always has a seat of some description. But if it starts with the seat and Margaret is following Domino's movement, it's a perfect demonstration of why the seat is so important when you're riding. It's the very basis of everything we do.
Absolutely. And I mean, if anyone had the rights to, as we say, go to your hand and use the rein, I mean, how many times do you say, stop pulling on the inside rein, stop pulling on the inside rein when you train? And what you can see here that Margaret is so beautifully demonstrating is, again, you don't need to pull the reins to get a horse to go where. I mean, Domino is a giant of a horse. I mean, that is a horse mountain right there. And she has not once split her rein. She is guiding him round, using her seat and guiding him off the outside rein to turn. This is a masterclass in how to ride in harmony with your horse.
Totally. It talks about what I was just talking about, which is contact and connection. And you can see the length of the rein doesn't matter. She's connected to her horse, and they're on these serpentines and these lines she's riding. You can see Margaret turning her shoulders and turning her hips, because riders twist and never bend, and horses bend and never twist. And this is a perfect example of how she's moving her body and Domino's turning with her.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I honestly think that we at British Dressage or the convention, I think there is so much more room to include these riders to showcase how beautifully you can ride and how simple you can keep it, and how much the horse benefits from a simpler way of, more correct way of riding. And I think we need to get riders like Margaret on that main stage, showing actually how you can ride in harmony with your horse. And I think this is something we really need to start pushing for in British Dressage, because I have not once seen riding that I haven't enjoyed watching here over the last 3 days. And I just think there is so much to be learned from these fantastic riders.
Well, from a pure coaching point of view and a traditionalist, where we talk about riders' posture, RDA teaches posture first because it's good physical therapy. And every rider we've seen this weekend and every rider I've ever worked with always has a head, a trunk, and something to sit on, which is your classical training. And you can ride any horse well in rhythm when you're symmetrical and when you're in balance, whatever your limbs are doing.
And Margaret, that was a final line, was wonderful there. Do you think Margaret will be happy with that test?
Well, she certainly had a smile when she came out, and it was a lovely test. A good, steady, safe, clear round with some very, very good moments in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you hear that in dressage, people talking about a clear round in dressage. Now, that might confuse people because they think, for show jumping, surely a clear round is you leave all the bits of wood on the other bits of wood. But a clear round in dressage, explain what you mean by that.
No mistakes. Everything was where every movement was where it should be. The picture was good. There were no blips, no unsteady moments. And until you get a clear round and you're consistent in your training, you cannot go for the advanced power, because it must be mistake-free first. And that's what, to me, a clear round means.
Yeah, it's a brilliant explanation. You should think about doing this for a living, Clive. You should be a coach.
Make me an offer, Jenny. I'm happy to help you whenever you want.
Right next into the arena, we have Jacqueline Doughton riding Scion from the Cavalier Centre in Shropshire. This is a new combination. We've not seen them yet over the last few days. Is this a rider pairing that you know, Clive?
Yes, again, I've done some mentoring on Facebook, and RDA is a big community and we all know each other, and we're always very happy to chat to each other and support each other. So yes.
Just riding past the camera now, I am always impressed by a tail plait. I can't even plait my daughter's hair, let alone horses. I'm probably better at plaiting horses. But that is an extraordinary tail plait. And what's so nice about the plait there is it really shows off the shape of the horse and really accentuates how gorgeous that horse's bottom is.
Yeah, I can do mane plaits and I can do Welsh cob plaits and things like that, but I've never been good at tail plaits. This one is exceptional. Beautifully turned out pony.
Really beautifully turned out. And Jacqueline's just taking her time to come down the arena. How long do these riders have before they actually have to go down to the centre line? And will they lose marks if they don't go in the allotted time?
It's at the judge's discretion to a certain extent, and most judges will allow you to walk around the outside to take a breath. Once the judge rings the bell, you have 60 seconds to get to get into the arena. And all that means is 60 seconds to get the nose and front feet through the gap in the whiteboards.
So we're having some more messages come in on social media. Good luck to all the Belvoir Vale riders and pony. Am I saying that right? Belvoir? We're watching whilst looking after your stablemates, Jane and Celia. That's from Jane Elwood, someone who's been left behind. Good luck to Margaret Lupton and our superstar pony, Domino. Well, they did you proud, guys. And then Imogen Groves, when is the Countryside Challenge being live streamed? I'm afraid that's in the outdoor arenas. So I'm hoping that someone will film bits and put bits up. But we are not live streaming that, sadly, because I love that class. And we'll talk about Beaver. Thank you very much. Someone's just told me I'm pronouncing it completely wrong. Boy and his golden pony. So amazing. Loving watching these riders and their horses whilst waiting for the rain to ease so I can carry on my mileage challenge, raising money for riding for the disabled. Thank you very much, A Boy and His Golden Pony on social media. Loved hearing from you. And they are off raising money for the RDA. That is brilliant. While I have been reading out those messages, Clive, how has this test been going for Jacqueline?
It's been great. The picture is lovely. There's a harmonious fluidity to it. Her curves are curved lines. Her straight lines are clearly straight lines. And this is the key. When you have a freestyle and you have to do compulsory movements, the judge has to know what you're doing or about to do. So having these patterns in order to do the straight line.
Clive, I don't know if that was me or you, or I just got a blip there, but I'm sure what you were saying was complete words of wisdom.
Well, all I was saying was that they were very clearly showing the school movements that are required in a test. So, yeah, she's doing a great job.
Amazing, and very calm and harmonious, and what we need at this time in the morning to keep our blood pressure down. Are there any signs of thunderstorms today, Clive? Are we good to go today, do you think?
Fingers crossed that we got all the weather gremlins and internet gremlins out of the way yesterday. When I drove up from Bristol this morning, the sun was shining. I actually had my sunglasses on. So fingers crossed that it's going to be like that all day.
It's beautiful here in Canada at the moment. So when you come back, you can get some sunshine. So here we're seeing the stretchy walk. which to me, I mean, I think the rhythm has stayed the same, but this horse is really elongating his frame. Is the judge going to be pleased with this walk?
Yes, they will, because there was no loss of speed. The stride length, as well as the neck, actually covered more ground, which is what we're looking for. And now, as Jacqueline is shortening her reins up, as you can see there, the frame came to a more advanced shape without a break in the rhythm. So the judge should be pretty pleased with that.
And that's hard to do, isn't it? I always call it gathering up your knitting. But to be able to pick your reins back up when she very bravely gave such a long rein to the horse, which is really tricky to do, and then to gather it up without actually interrupting the horse's balance and rhythm is a tricky. It's something I don't think people practice enough, actually. I think in the RDA, obviously, you guys must do, because I've not seen anyone interrupt the horses, but I think people forget that just picking your rein up, dropping it down, picking your rein up is attached at the other end to a horse's mouth, and it's something that needs practicing.
Absolutely. You know, as you say, you are attached to the horse's mouth, and so therefore catching them and pulling them in the mouth is just not acceptable. So we do spend a long time, and we do it off the horse as well. We often let our riders take a pair of reins home and practice that give and retake, that stretch, while they're actually watching television or at home. So they have extra time to practice that without affecting the horse.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And something else I was really impressed with yesterday was a young rider called Dylan riding Prince Charming. He lost his stirrup, didn't interrupt the horse's rhythm. The pony spooked at the judges, lost his stirrup, but he kept the canter going and got his stirrup back without the horse breaking rhythm. And that's something I make riders do. I know not everybody is able to do it, but in walk, trot and canter, if you're able to take your stirrups away and put them back and practice that, so in those moments where you need it, you can do it. And it just showed such amazing balance from this little rider yesterday to be able to regain the stirrup without interrupting the horse. I just thought it was magnificent. I saw it back on social media and I was just so impressed.
Yeah, and actually he had the confidence and peace of mind to be able to, it wasn't only the physical action of doing it, it was that confidence of going, well, I know I'm countering, but I can actually put my foot back. It's back to the 3 Fs. Flip it, forget it, and focus. And he was just so calm and collected about it. Really good job.
And a lovely job here from Jacqueline Doughton from the Cavalier Centre in Shropshire. I mean, again, just such a sweet, calm test. She seemed really pleased with it at the end, kept the momentum going, and just again, so harmonious between horse and rider. I mean, there was never a moment where you kind of go, ooh, 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 what are you doing? Ooh, which is something I see a lot at higher level dressage. You kind of get moments where you just kind of want to close one eye and not watch. And I just, that test to me just was lovely.
Yeah, absolutely no drama at all. It was, they came in, did their job, went out. Perfect.
Yeah. Perfect. Absolutely. And a horse we have seen a few times over the last few days is back into the arena next. I'm just seeing if I can see on my list of how many times we've seen this horse come into the arena. But again, this wonderful relationship that the RDA groups have and the riders have, and ponies being borrowed and used and different riders. But this is the wonderful Boise back into the arena. If you remember yesterday, Clive, we saw Boise in the costume freestyle in the evening, and Boise was on in the showing and the other classes on the first day, and Boise is back. And this little pony with Claire Humphrey from Barrow Farm RDA, I'm getting very fond of this pony. Absolutely stunning. I think you saw it clad in different fancy dress regalia yesterday, but now you're able to see Boise in all his glory today.
Absolutely. You know, as people often say, what makes a good horse? But for me, these horses that can do a variety of jobs are just so versatile. And the native breeds, I'm guessing Boise is an Exmoor. I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. But how flexible and adaptable and how useful they are to RDA groups. I mean, look at that expression on his face. He's fabulous.
He is really fabulous. I have a feeling that he was dressed as a warthog yesterday.
Yes, he was, because we made comments on his tusks.
Yeah, so from Pumbaa now to coming down the centre line, but still doing it with his ears forward. I mean, it's between Hercules, Boise, and Oscar Puddle for my pony of the weekend, I think, right now. It's really tricky.
Yeah, I just like them all. I can't help it. I just like horses.
Right, so we have, this rider has come beautifully down the centre line, Claire Humphrey, and now this is, so riders who follow Natasha Baker will know that she rides very similarly, no stirrups for competing, and Claire Humphrey is doing the same thing here, doesn't have any stirrups, but like I say, every rider adapts in different ways to their own needs, and this is allowed as well, isn't it, Clive?
Well, if anybody is out there who has had regular lessons from me, you will know that I advocate the removal of stirrups for absolutely everybody. If you ride without your stirrups, you have to sit in a really good, safe place. You're in balance and it's much easier to follow the movement. And from an RDA point of view, you can't get uneven stirrups if you don't ride with stirrups.
I'm not having lessons with you.
No, and for me, it's a safety thing as well, because, Dylan is great and was very athletic enough to put his stirrups back. But if you find that difficult, then actually the best way of being safe is not to ride them. Now, I'm sure a lot of coaches listening to this will get very upset with me, but believe me, I started it with Natasha Baker. I carried it on with Sophie Christensen, and they've not done too badly riding without stirrups.
They've got a few medals, just one or two. I don't think you can get in their front door for medals with those ones. Imagine you put them together. The house would sink.
You'd need sunglasses. Now that is bling, Jenny. It really is bling. The sunglasses needed.
So this pony is doing a wonderful test. Claire has competed at the Nationals on many occasions, although this is first time with Boise. And Claire designed the freestyle herself. Again, another rider showing wonderful contact with the pony, looking up and ahead. And just Claire holds her legs slightly for pony, is that Boise is listening to how this horse rider goes and reacting appropriately. And some horses, if I put my leg that far back, my horse would end up in another arena, but it just shows the RDA ponies have learned to adapt to different signals and different aids from different riders.
Absolutely, and I think this is a good demonstration why Claire is actually more comfortable without stirrups, because of where her leg position is. The stirrups would fall out very easily. This way, the pony's rib cage can expand to fill the gap between his side and her legs. And some mares don't like the leg coming too far back, but in many cases, it's just a case of training.
Yeah. Absolutely. And there's so much you can do to desensitize horses and take your time. Some great music here to go along with this walk. And this walk is very upbeat, isn't it? It's got a lovely little rhythm to it. It's not always tracking up, though. And you can see there Claire just kind of trying to edge the pony forward a little bit, giving the hand a little bit, just to try and get the pony just to elongate a little bit.
Yeah, he does need a slightly longer stride. I love the frame of the horse, though. And this is a great example, as we were talking about yesterday, Jenny. The music is enhancing the performance. The music is actually giving the beat for the rider to ride to. So the beat is actually lifting the horse, which is great.
I know. Well, she's if she was in the fancy dress section, she'd definitely be wearing a pink lady's jacket. And I think Boise would have been a T-bird. I love this. I love the song.
Yeah, it's great for him. It really is.
It really suits him. And I love his mane. I love the fact they've left him unplaited. It really suits this pony. And again, such wonderful to see. So many examples at the RDA of our wonderful native breeds here that we have in the UK.
couldn't do without them. They are part of our history, and they are still so versatile and an important part of the equestrian industry.
Absolutely. And just heading, what a lovely turn onto the centre line there from Claire. I mean, that was textbook.
Yeah, she's enhancing everything she's doing. So maybe the walk isn't the biggest, but look at that halt, Jenny. It's completely square and immobile.
You took the words straight out of my mouth there, Clive. We are so in tune. That was my halt of the weekend. I think that was fantastic.
Yeah, I might have even given that a 10 if I was on the side.
Oh my goodness, Clive! My goodness, are you feeling all right? Someone get that man a coffee? He's melting people. He's warming up to us.
Yeah, I'm not known for being a nice person, that's for sure.
Right. Well, by my list, that was our last rider in the class for this freestyle grade 1. And what a fabulous class there. I mean, Clive Milkins, you are the king of the walk. Has that class lived up to your expectations?
Definitely. There's been so much quality and so much variety. You know, we've gone from Apollo at 17 hands to Boise and to Cody and to Puddle. Such a variety within the horses and the riders, and yet the quality has shone through with everybody. This is what riding is all about. It's about good quality, training, and just depth of knowledge. Whether you're going fast, it doesn't matter. Walk is the most difficult pace, and that was a very exciting class. I really look forward to seeing the results.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the results, and I am going to send a message to the comms group and just see if I can get some results from the last class in as well. We've just had one final message in on the Instagram from Sophie. Sophie says, "Go Team Bramble! Super proud of both Eden and Bramble from the Gladstone Place RDA." Thank you so much for all your messages, guys. We are on a break now, but do make sure you come back and join us for the Dressage Freestyle Grade 2 Class 96. If you've got anyone in that class, send us your messages. I will read them out. We love hearing from you guys. Share the love. That class starts at 11:30, so Clive and I will come back for a few minutes just before. But as I say, Clive, that was your favourite class of the day, so you need to go and recover, recompose yourself, grab yourself a coffee, and guys, we will see you in about 40 minutes. Don't forget to come back and join us. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Can you hear me, Gary? Testing audio. 1, 2, 3. Testing audio. 1, 2, 3. Testing audio. Testing. Welcome back to the RDA National Championships here at Hartbury, and what a fantastic days we have had. We now have Class 96 Dressage Freestyle Grade 2 class, and we have Naomi Howard riding Rolo Polo from the Vale of Glamorgan, and I'm hoping that at the other end of the microphone will be Clive Milkins. Clive, are you there?
I am. I'm poised and ready for action.
Poised like a cat.
Ready to pounce, absolutely.
I love it. So many visuals right there, though. So many. So this morning already, Clive, we have seen the Grade 7 walk trot, the Dressage Freestyle Grade 1, and now this is the Dressage Freestyle Grade 2. For our viewers who've been following the morning, or maybe people who are new to the live stream, welcome everybody. Can you just take us through what this class entails?
So this is the Grade 2. So again, it's for riders who have been profiled and classified by physiotherapists, so that you should see 60% walk work and 40% trot work in this over a set, not a set floor pattern, but a certain set of compulsory movements that they have to complete by the end of the 4.5 minute test.
And give us a few examples of some of the movements, because we've spoken a little bit about serpentines and different movements that have been in it. But what are the different? Whoa, this pony's off. Sorry, just interrupted my flow. Then off he goes. Rolo Polo. Da, da, da. Needs to come with a theme tune. This all. Da, 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 da. That was amazing. Well controlled from this rider. But yeah, what are the movements that this rider's got to incorporate into this test?
So they don't have medium trot, but they do have length and stride in trot. So it's showing medium if you can, but not quite as dramatic as the mediums we would see at sort of Grade 4 and 5. So there will be walk 10 meter circles, trot 20 meter circles. There's a stretch on a longer rein. And in the para Grade 2, we have a 3-loop serpentine and also leg yielding walk. So you'll see some halts and maybe a little bit of the sideways work going on as part of the freestyle.
And Naomi is riding her own horse today, Rolo. She's an equine physio as well, so definitely knows her way around horses. She took part in the virtual champs last year, but this is her first time at Hartbury. And what was quite evident there is Rolo's a very forward pony and very active. Sometimes that is then more evident of the horses that are owned by the rider, and some of the horses that may be shared and owned by the RDA groups themselves tend to have to be ridden by lots of different riders, so tend to be a little bit more kind of conformist and sedate, whereas Rolo Polo is like, I am off, I know my job, let's go. And Naomi's having to do quite a job there to just contain some of the excitement.
Yeah, and that's often the challenge with that first trot movement. You so often see in these tests where there is a length and stride across the diagonal that they come down the centre line, and it's one of the first expressive movements that riders do. However, it can be a challenge to then put the lid back on the exuberance and just say, chill, it's okay, we're back to the steady stuff again.
Yeah, absolutely. And often as well, riders train at home to a higher level or compete maybe in a higher level, but the level they've qualified for the nationals might be a more sedate class or a lower level. So the horses sometimes are like, well, normally we're cantering around the place, mum. Why are we come back to like the walk tests and things like that? So sometimes it's quite hard, isn't it, for them to contain what they know they can do?
Yes, sometimes we have to remind our horses that we are managing their expectations. They do not need to show every single movement in their repertoire.
Yeah, exactly. This is a fantastic test, though, from Naomi. I mean, a wonderful position. And what you can really see is she's controlling the horse with her body as well. She's really using every part of herself to make sure that she contains Rolo Polo, which is so important.
Yes, and I think I'm now suffering from the commentator's curse, because I was about to say what a wonderful stretch walk that was when we had the blip in the middle and then the loss of concentration there. But absolutely, it's the frame is consistent. He's quiet in the mouth most of the time. It's another very pleasing combination of horse and rider.
And I'm sure viewers will have noticed that Naomi, who's being a little bit bounced around there, Rolo Polos just knows what's coming, knows that this trot's coming, and has kind of anticipated a little bit there, hasn't he? Knows that exciting party piece of getting to speed up across the diagonal was happening there. But Naomi held that together really well. But again, that's an example of a horse who's learned the test and learned what's coming up.
Yes, I think he knows his own music, and now he's looking for a little bit of applause and attention seeking, I think.
Yeah, and again, very on his toes there and very forward. I think that Naomi did a fantastic job there. I think there was a little bit of damage limitations there. What do you think? I think she's kept a lid on that horse. I think there could have been a lot more errors in there than there were.
Yeah, she did a very good job. It's always a challenge when you're dealing with a sentient being like a horse. If they on a slightly different agenda, like very clearly Rolo Polo is, sometimes you just got to do the best you can with the horse underneath you on that day. And the key for me for riding is being able to ride the horse you're on, not just riding for results.
And talking of results, oh my God, we're seamless this morning. I have had some results come in from some of the last morning classes. And we have the dressage freestyle. Sorry, I've been sent it in really small writing. And I always said I knew when I was getting older when I'd need to reach for my glasses. And that's what I'm having to do, Clive. That day has come where I on my phone and I'm having to reach for my glasses. So I apologize everyone for the pause in my seamless link that Clive gave me for results. But the freestyle grade 6 walk and trot, the winner of that class in the junior section was Erin Bowles on Rocky. And I think you called that, Clive, with 72.75%, that gorgeous horse who came into the Rocky music and we absolutely adored. And then in the senior section, Bobby McAllister riding Saxon. Yeah, he was, wasn't he? You were like, I'm surprised you haven't brought a lorry with you. You're going to pack some of these horses in.
Don't tempt me.
And then Bobby McAllister riding the wonderful Horse of the Year, Saxon, in the senior section on a 69.5% from Newtownards. And that will mean a lot for them because obviously that was a borrowed ride. Saxon doing his job there for a rider. They didn't know each other too well, so they will be absolutely delighted with that result. I will read the rest of the results after this rider. Let's give her our full attention. Lisa Brooks riding Mr. Bojangles. Yep, I did just sing that. I'm definitely getting fired. They're not going to invite me back. For the Cleethorpes and Grimsbury riding for the disabled group. I've stunned Clive into silence because my singing was so bad.
Yes, I've just had to go and get a new pair of headphones.
So again, a very rangy horse, Mr. Bojangles. And when you see this horse in the arena, I think you'll realize quite how small this arena is.
Yeah, he's a pretty impressive horse. He's a little bit like Apollo earlier, tall and more angular in natural frame. So the rider's going to have to do a very good job of keeping everything contained and balanced in these corners.
And this is Lisa's first time at Hartbury competing in the championships. Welcome, Lisa, looking fantastic. Also, it's Mr. Bojangles' first experience of RDA Championships. So I don't think this will be the last. Already looking very calm and composed as they come. And Lisa, starting as she means to go on, doing a great job of looking up and ahead and planning her route with Mr. Bojangles, which when you're on a horse as big as this, you really need to plan ahead, don't you?
You do. And what I also like is the fact she started in walk. So she's giving herself a little bit more time to get the horse acclimatized and show off a good settled basic pace before she goes into the quicker work. It's a good way of acclimatizing the horse into the arena.
Yeah, and we saw, we were talking earlier about horses' ears, and to start with, Mr. Bojangles, ears forward, saying, "Oh, where's the gate? Is it that way?" But she's picked up the trot, and straight away the change of direction and starting to put in those movements has got his concentration on. But I have a feeling he's still having a look at that outgate a little bit. You can see one little beady eye on it, can't you?
You can, yes. I think he's probably a little bit uptight and tense. But what I like about this floor pattern, it's enough. You were talking earlier about warming up with circles and transitions, and I think this particular floor plan is actually keeping the horse focused on the rider, so he doesn't have time to just trot around the outside and invent his own games.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that. Invent his own games. Starts piaffing or passaging and going out the door, then you know you're in trouble. But this rider is doing a fantastic job of steering. We just see her there working the outside aids to bring him round, because it's so easy, isn't it, with a horse that's this long to start going to the hand and trying to pull them round. But she can see her legs working there to just push Mr. Bojangles round and actually make sure then she's not going to the hand. It was just some fantastic riding.
Absolutely. And so often you hear coaches say, see the corner of the inside eye and bend them to the inside. But in all honesty, it's the support from the outside rein that is really, really important in order to keep the horse straight and not tilting his head. And she's doing a very good job of supporting him.
And there you just saw actually where she did bring him round and was a bit late on the turn. You did see that he very easily does lose his shoulder. So she split the rein, pulled his mouth, and there the shoulder got lost. So it just shows that actually how important it is for her to use those legs, because he doesn't look like the easiest to actually maneuver around a small space. So it just shows what a great job she's doing.
Very much so. And even if the legs maybe are a little bit weaker and don't work as well, they are still very good upright pillars to keep the horse straight. And I always coach straightness before I coach bend.
And I think, again, going back to you, I'm not going to say you bang on about the walk, Clive, but you do talk about it a lot. But he actually, I think, and I'm very happy to be corrected on this, looks easier to ride almost in the trot in some ways, although now he's proven me wrong and whizzing along, but actually looks more maneuverable and shows actually how hard the walk is to create and maintain that rhythm. I thought he looked more impressive in the trot, and the walk is so hard, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think people do spend enough time concentrating and training the walk, but for me he's got a natural rhythm in the trot which helps a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting loads of messages on Facebook coming through. Sue Bradley, good luck. Keela Cheffins, who's coming up later. Good luck. Millie Boo Smith, para dressage rider. Loads of comments coming in. When is the grade 1 test on? I'm afraid that was on this morning. So just rewind this feed and you'll see it from earlier on. But a lovely finish there to the test. Big smiles there from Lisa Brooks and Mr. Bojangles. I think for Mr. Bojangles' first experience of the RDA Championships, Lisa's given him a great ride there, and he'll have come away from this with a lot of confidence, because just looking at his face, it does seem like he could worry a little bit, and it'd be interesting. I could be completely wrong. I'm sure someone will tell me on the social media, but I feel like Lisa's really held his hand a little bit through that test and given him some confidence.
Yes, I think the floor plan was very safe and a good confidence-giving round. We talked earlier about clear, safe rounds. Well, that was a good confidence-giving round to get the horse in the arena to realise it's not a scary place.
It is a scary place, Clive. There's judges at the end of that arena who are going to shout at me and tell me I'm terrible at dressage. That's what they... No, okay, that's not what they do, but that's what I feel like they do.
If you do your job right, they're normally quite pleasant.
I think I'm one of those pat the horse, kick the rider type people.
Yeah, maybe.
So next into the arena now is Kayla Cheffins from the Ulcombe Valley group. We've not had a rider from this group in the main arena here at Hartpury yet. So welcome. Minismore Paxman. I see on social media everyone's calling him Paxman. So I'm guessing that's his stable name. Keela has been riding since she was 4 years and has ridden with the Ulcombe Valley group for the last 7 or 8. Keela has cerebral palsy, it says in her notes. I'm sure she is going to do a fantastic job. Now, this is one of those horses that I think is deceptively big. I think from a distance, you think this looks like quite a small pony, and then actually judging either that or the person who's walked in with her is a very tiny human. But I actually think Keela's this horse is bigger than he looks.
Yes, they're just sort of going straight past me now at the moment, and he wouldn't be the smallest equine we've seen this morning, that's for sure.
Really lovely pairing to come in, just taking their time to get down that centre line. Of course, they're allowed time to work around, make their way down that centre line. And Paxman just having a little look around, just saying, oh, there's people that side, people. And you can just see behind there's a friendly horse, which we've spoken about loads, but a horse brought into the arena. From Paxman and Keela. I love that. What a fantastic hole. What an introduction to the judges that was, Clive.
Absolutely. And again, I love the fact it's a good, solid entry, impressive to the judges, and not getting overexcited and blasting around the minute they get to the arena. And you probably can't see it, Jenny, but the friendly horse, his ears are forward and he's watching the whole test with intent. So if that was me, I'd be thinking that was a great way of getting a young horse or a new horse into the arena without the pressure of competition. It's actually, from where I am, it's lovely to watch.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, warming my cockles again, Clive, I tell you. I haven't cried yet today, so I'm doing all right. And you could just see that probably one of the reasons that Paxman needs a friendly horse, he's just a little unsure there, looking to the outside, looking for a bit of reassurance. And Keela doing a fantastic job of just steering him and saying, no, come on, this way. We've just got a little bit of a job to do, and then you can go back to your buddy. And Paxman just saying, oh, okay, right, okay, this way. She's just encouraging this walk forwards, which is sometimes quite hard to do when a horse is distracted, isn't it? Because you just need to be that little bit stronger with the aids, because you're kind of going an aid to say, please pay attention, then an aid as the instruction. So it's kind of like you have to work a little bit extra hard when they're a bit distracted.
You do. And there's also a risk that if you say to the horse, come on, do your job, you lose the quality of the rhythm, and you won't get more than a 6 if the speed isn't good enough. But the minute the rhythm is broken, the judges can't give you more than a 4 because it's insufficient.
Keela is definitely popular on the social media. Sue Bradley says, good luck, Keela. Lynette says, good luck, Keela and Paxman. Jill Burton, good luck, Paxman. Got loads of support on the social media, Keela.
And I think with this expression on their faces, they deserve all the support they're getting. It's wonderful.
Yeah, really lovely. And you can just see Paxman now is really tuned into Keela. She's got him on side, and he's almost now waiting for her commands. He's kind of trotting with that kind of a little bit of a step of, okay, where next? Where are we going? What do you want me to do? He's not rushing, and he's really listening to her. That's an amazing job she's done there to just get him on side and get him concentrating.
Very much so. You can see how, as the test is progressing as part of the performance, he settled down and gone, okay, this arena isn't a scary place. I can listen to Mum because there's no danger and she'll protect me. Oh.
And they're a little spook there, popping up to canter, but again, showing some fantastic skills here. Not getting stressed, not, what is it? I nearly want to say a rude word then. Flip it. There's a lot of F's involved.
Forget it.
That's it.
Flip it, forget it, focus.
That was it. And that was a great example of that. And here we're just seeing a stretchy rein. She's just leaning forwards a little bit just to allow Paxman to stretch, and that was fantastic there, coming across from having just had a little canter to then have the guts to go, nope, we're still getting this movement done, and to give the rein like that. I mean, that shows some fantastic skill.
It really does show riding ability. And remember, she won't be penalised for that canter, because it wasn't in a compulsory movement. So she still will have trotted her 20-metre circle and done her compulsories. And that little canter will not be punished in the slightest, which is great news.
Yeah, fantastic here. And really the difference in Paxman now, like his ears are focused, he's concentrating on the job, he's picked the walk up. I mean, from the start to the finish of the test, almost incomparable. I mean, what a fantastic job here. She's really turned this around, and I just think, I take my hat off to her.
Absolutely. I mean, again, look at that halt at the end. This pony out of this horse. Clapping. Very good. This whole performance has improved throughout the 4.5 minutes, and this horse and rider combination leave the arena in a much better space than they entered it, which is fantastic.
And I'm guessing if you were Keela's coach, that would be the kind of information you'd be passing back. Would you watch back through the test and see where the change came and how she did it? Is that a kind of coaching technique that you would use?
I use a lot of different reflective techniques, and I always choose my moments, probably not straight after the test, because I think there's too many emotions involved. But certainly in the coming days, I would rerun the test and we would discuss it, see if we can discuss what the rider felt. Because remember, riders feel and don't see, and coaches see and don't feel in that moment. So we'll be talking a lot about what she felt and her how she coped with it, and what I see and how we can improve it for the future.
You're very wise, Clive. Very wise.
Not at all.
I love it.
Not at all. I make it up as I'm going along, I tell you.
We are very good at it. Okay, next in the arena, we have Millie Boo Smith riding Ocean from the Equipower Central Scotland RDA. So it's come a long way. Millie Boo Smith representing the Equipower Central Scotland RDA riding Laddie. My husband's Scottish, so I think that gives me carte blanche to be able to try a Scottish accent on occasion. Millie Boo has cerebral palsy and severe hearing loss and has been riding for 7 years, firstly with the Bannockburn RDA and now with Equipower. She loves riding, in particular dressage. So Millie Boo, already Ocean, making it very clear that he has entered the arena, and just giving a little smile to the judges. Oh, I'm not sure you should be doing that in front of the judges, Ocean.
I just hope it doesn't smell.
As first impressions go, Ocean, that is brilliant. Okay, so she's off in trot. So picking up trot 4 and just cracking on with it. So I'm guessing this would have been talked through with the trainer, how to work around the arena, what pace you want to come in at. But that obviously suits Ocean, and Millie Boo's style of riding is to get going in the trot straight away, because most of the riders so far we've seen have come in the walk.
Yeah, and that's what I love about the freestyle. You can show off your strengths. And Jenny, you'll notice that Millie's got a blue armband on, which is the sign for the hearing challenge, whereas the visually impaired riders have a white band. So it shows the judges, and it also means she can have somebody start the music for her, because obviously in a freestyle to music, hearing impairment is actually a great challenge.
Yeah, I can imagine, but feeling the rhythm and making sure you stay in time with the music is an added challenge here. But not stopping Millie Boo. She is off. She is definitely taking it on, and this looks like quite a tricky floor pan straight away. She's going for those big marks.
It certainly looks very intricate to me, which is great that she's thinking ahead. Even more reason to be showing the judges where she's going. It's great.
Yeah, really great. And another fantastic tail plait. Who is putting in these tail plaits? Is wonderful.
Well, I certainly know when you walk down
Sorry, go on, Clive.
when you walk down the stable yard about 7:30 in the morning, there's a frenetic activity of volunteers, parents, and everybody else getting all these plaits in the mane and tail. And there's a long queue for the hose pipes, trying to bath the grey horses.
So I've just been told that Millie interviewed this Esme, and the interview is available on their Instagram if anyone would like to watch it. So head on over to the RDA Instagram. I'm just going to try and find that interview so I can look to see if Millie's going to try and steal my job interviewing people. So yeah, do you know who this Esme is, Clive? Are you up to date with social media?
No, I'm not at the moment, I have to be honest.
So this Esme is a social media superstar who has a YouTube channel for her and her ponies. And I tell you, and as this Esme is in the building, you know it, the queue is around the block to meet her. I've worked with her many times. She's a lovely, and she is an ambassador for the RDA, which is great. So I'm sure that Millie was super excited to get to interview her. So if you want to check her out on Instagram, then please do so. But what are you making of the test? There seems to be some intricate moves going on. I mean, look at that stretch. Just lost a bit of power in the walk there, would you say?
Yeah, he's ground to a little bit of a halt in the walk. He clearly thinks his test is finished and it's time to catch his breath, whereas the trot work was stunning. This walk could just do with a little bit of help. He's not really aiming for his feed bucket, I don't think.
And do you think that's why they started this test in the trot, because that's his showpiece?
Yes, I do. I think he's coming. That trot work has activated him and got him going. If he'd have gone in walk and done all his walk work first, we may be even slower at this point.
Mm. And like you say, that walk, that is a tricky pace. And again, another horse really showing how tricksy it is to get a really, really good walk. But again, we're back into his comfort zone now, back in that trot, lovely even trot rhythm that he has, and Millie getting back in the energy back in.
Yeah, the trot work is great. And I think we have to remember as well, because so much of our RDA work is done in the walk, the horses have to learn to not only carry independent riders well in the walk, but they also have to look after some very new riders who are probably quite cautious. And of course, when they're on the lead rein, the walk also has to be at the speed that the volunteers can do, which can vary from day to day. So it's not surprising his walk work is a little bit tentative at times.
Yeah, he's just being. It's hard when you're told slow down, slow down, slow down. Oh no! Suddenly you're allowed to go fast again. So it just shows what a great horse he is. That he's ready to look after people.
Absolutely, and that's why I like horses so much.
And they like you.
Sometimes.
There's obviously loads of riders still to come today. So if you've got a message you want read out, as Millie Boo has had, she's had loads of support here on social media. Oh, look at that final halt. Congratulations to Millie Boo and Ocean, or Laddie, as I've been informed that he is called. Look at those ears, Clive. I'm such a sucker for those gorgeous ears forward looking for his mates. I love it. Absolutely love it. And big smiles there from Millie Boo. I would think she'd be really, really pleased with that.
I think the smile on her face says it all. And I think he looks very happy as well, which is great.
So I have just received a picture to my phone, which I'm guessing is Teddy. Is that your dog?
Yes, that's my dog.
We have to share this dog on the. I'm sending this to Matt. This has got to go. Everyone, go and check out. We'll get Matt to post it on the Instagram page. But Matt, I'm sending you Clive's dog because this is just too cute. And we've been chatting about our dogs yesterday. And Teddy is waiting patiently for Dad downstairs, I'm guessing, because he's not allowed upstairs while you're doing your commentary. And I think he deserves a shout out on the Instagram stories, Matt. So if you want to check out Clive's dog, hopefully, if Matt allows me, Matt Daly, Volunteer of the Year for the RDA. Big shout out to Matt. Can we stick that on? I don't know if you put the picture of me on Lambrusco on yesterday as well. But yeah, love your dog. What type of dog is he?
He's actually a pug cross papillon. Everybody thinks he's a staffy, but he's actually a pug cross papillon. And he was my saviour during lockdown when I was suddenly stopped from travelling. So he's a very important part of my life.
Oh, he's gorgeous. How old is he?
He's 3 now.
Oh, he is absolutely gorgeous. Well, check out Clive's dog on Instagram if I can persuade Matt to share the love. Right, so that was our final horse of the class of our grade 2, class 96. The next class to come up will be our dressage grade 3, still on the freestyle. That's going to come up at 12:20. So only 20 minutes to wait. I'm just going to quickly, before we go on a break, read out some more results that we had from classes earlier on. I have to get my glasses out again. The grade 6 walk and trot that we had earlier. I've already read those results. Sorry, that was Rocky and Saxon. So the dressage freestyle grade 1, the winner of that class in the senior section was Margaret Lupton with Domino. So congratulations to Margaret. And we said how well she rode, didn't we? Using her body and turning the horse and making it look so easy. And then in the junior section, it was Austin Burns with Joyce Boy. So you'll be pleased about that with 73.25%, your lovely Apollo. And you train Austin. So you'll be delighted with that, Clive.
Yes, and I was able to send him some messages in amongst the commentary before he did the championship test as well. I won't spoil the results for everybody, but the training we did in the freestyle was great. So yes, one happy coach, and for once I've got a smile on my face.
See, he's throwing out guys. By the end of the day, he'll be a puddle and we'll have him sobbing with the rest of us. Right, so do come back in just under 20 minutes for the next class. Please make sure you stay tuned and make sure you share the RDA love. Make sure you're clicking that like and share button and making sure as many people tune into our live stream as possible. But for now, we'll check back with you in about 15 minutes. Thanks, guys. Welcome back to the RDA National Championships 2023. What a fantastic couple of days we have had so far, and a fantastic morning. And now to kick off the next session is the Class 97 Dressage Freestyle Grade 3. And we're starting it off with Isabel Windsor. Simple login I've got on here, but it says simple logic up there. So I'm guessing my notes are wrong, because simple logic makes more sense than simple login. So I'm guessing mine's a typo. From the Urn Valley Riding for the Disabled. And hopefully he has come back from his break, fresh, renewed, with his heart of stone, it appears, if anyone's been following the commentary here. We've yet to melt his heart. Clive Milkins, how are you? Are you refreshed?
I've been drinking my water, and yes, I'm very much refreshed, thank you. All ready to be as grumpy as usual.
Oh, it's all a facade. You're not grumpy. Do you know this pair? This seems like a really active forward pony. I'm loving it already.
Yes, it's another combination I haven't seen before, which is great. And I love their entry. Talk about ears forwards and paying attention. This is super.
It'll be interesting to see if the halt happens. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Yes.
Good riding.
Really good riding. I mean, most people would have ridden, well, I say most people, no one here at the RDA, because they all ride loads better than most people I know, would have given up on that and just gone, nope, it's not happening. But I mean, that's a lesson for another day as well, isn't it? Like, that horse cannot get away with that.
Absolutely. And I love the training aspect. And it does say in the test, enter, halt, immobility before you salute. So it's quite an important part of the marks.
And we have moved on. We've seen today grade 7, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 dressage freestyle. How does this class differ from what we've seen already today? We're now on the grade 3 for anyone tuning in.
So in the grade 2 test, you probably have 60% walk and 40% trot. In the grade 3, it's probably closer to 60% trot and 40% walk. And certainly in the para grade 3, you can show a little bit of canter, but whether we'll see that or not today doesn't really matter. We enjoy what we do see.
I mean, this is a really nicely put together pony, isn't it? I mean, really, really beautiful. And you can just see occasionally rider and horse just lose their balance around the turns, and he kind of picks her up and puts her back in the spot. And then occasionally he loses his balance, and Isabel does a really good job of rebalancing him. And they just seem to have got each other's backs, these two.
Absolutely. Balance is so important in both sport and therapy, and it's great that they're helping each other out when there's a little blip from time to time. But the blips aren't massive by any stretch of the imagination.
I just wish I could bottle what these riders do and send it out to every riding stables in the country. I just am so impressed at how everybody looks up and plans ahead. It is just the preparation that goes into every movement. Every corner is preparation for the next move. You can see Isabel looking ahead here and planning where she's going. I mean, look at that lovely stretch. Considering this horse is so fizzy, I'm actually really impressed with how much rein she's given there. But she's really riding every turn, every corner, and using it as the prep for the next movement. And you can just see there that lovely turn came from the preparation she did before.
Exactly. We've said before, perfect planning prevents poor performance. And, you've interviewed the great god that is Carl Hester, and he still works on the basics day in, day out. And I've seen him coaching clinics where he's been complaining at Grand Prix riders who do not use their corners properly and do not ride a straight line. These basics are so important, especially when you don't have a horse that maybe with the biggest movements. The basics always have to be stuck to, whoever you are.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can just see there as well, this horse is responsive to the seat. Isabel just there to get him up into trot was using seat rather than so much leg. Her leg sits quite far forwards. So this horse has really been learned to listen to different types of aids and communication and just I just think as well what the RDA teaches you and watching these riders go round and is there you can't put any horse in a box. There is different ways to train. There's different ways to learn. There is different things that horses are good at and different ways they can be ridden. And I think it just teaches us that there isn't kind of one size fits all. You can get round any obstacle by just thinking outside the box a little bit.
I think RDA coaches are fantastic at inventing new ways of thinking outside the box, and one of the words that is so important is adaptability, and that's what makes these classes so inspiring, that there are many ways to achieve the results that the judges want.
Yeah, totally. And are we going to get that halt? Yep. Well done. Yay! Big wave to the crowd. Big smile on his face. I love it. Yay! Big cheer. Oh, this is just wonderful. What a fantastic. And look at that pony's ears. Big pats for Simple Logic. I mean, she is absolutely delighted with that test. You can see the smile. It just really shows there what this means to be here at the Nationals. I mean, these guys have worked hard to get here. There's been a lot of qualifiers. It's not an easy ticket here, is it, Clive?
Oh, no, it's not. There's a series of regional qualifications first to make sure that the riders are safe and able to come to the Nationals, and they have to have a minimum eligibility score just to make sure that they're working really hard. And in some regions and counties where dressage is very intense, I know several groups that run their own in-house competitions to qualify for people for county shows in order to qualify for regional shows. So some riders will have done 5 or 6 competitions just to get here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a tricky route. So it means that all this work has paid off for a moment like that. A punch of the air we saw for Isabel Binder. And now in is 349, Sharon Kelsall riding Coulion Flyer from the Cornelo RDA in Kent. Classified as a rider after a motor vehicle accident. Sharon suffered serious injuries when she was a victim of a road traffic accident in 2014, spending 8 months in St George's Hospital, Tooting. On her return to riding, 18 years old, on this 18-year-old Clunal Flyer, or Fly to his friends, is the first horse she rode. Oh, no! I'm only at lunchtime and I'm going to be set off already and having a cry. So Fly has helped Sharon return to riding after an accident. And just the bond between them must be huge, Clive. And this is where you get these stories of horses that have helped people return. And I know on the ground somewhere today is Jonty Evans, the Olympic Irish rider, who's an eventer who I know had a terrible accident and brain injury. And I've interviewed him many times and I know he won't mind me talking about it, but I know he's there today. He is back riding, having been told that he wouldn't live, let alone ride. And I know Pammy Hutton was helped him get back on horses and lent the farm horses rather than him getting back on his own horses. And he is getting back up to speed, but still impaired by the injuries. And riders like this, I mean, horses can be such a great motivator, can't they? To get back to health and fitness and get back on a horse is sometimes the goal. Some people say, I don't mind if I don't walk again, but I'm definitely riding.
Absolutely. Once horses are in your blood, you never get rid of them. And of course, Jonty's the second event rider to become a para rider after Peppo, the Austrian rider. And what I love is that both Peppo,
love him.
Yes. What I love about Jonty is that I saw him at Hickstead and at Hartbury last week, and Jonty is on his Rio 5-star event horse and now competing para level at the international level. And that's awesome that not only the riders change and adapt, but the horses also have adapted to Jonty's new aids. And the horse knew Jonty very well from going cross country at that level. But now the horse is going, okay, we do dressage, and Jonty's aids have checked, Dad's aids have changed, but I can still do it with him. That's fantastic. I did see Jonty earlier, actually, and had a chat to him.
And how is he? I'm a great friend of Jonty. I haven't seen him for a while, but he has switched to para dressage, and he's going to be a grade 4 rider. Would I be correct? But he will have had to have gone through that process of being graded and going through the tests to get his grading and everything.
Yes, I think he's quite glad that he's a grade 4 because it means he can carry on cantering, whereas the grade 3s only walk and trot. The grade 4s do canter work in their tests, which is much better for an event horse. And he's done his first 2 internationals, and he's really loving the new journey he's on.
Yeah, which is just incredible. So when you see Jonty walking around later, do send him my love. And just incredible as well that Cooley Rorke's Drift, the horse of the people, because obviously he crowdfunded to keep that horse, is just adapting as well, like you say. And what a partnership they have, and it's just going to be an incredible journey to watch, and we're so proud of Jonty. And I'm guessing as well, like everybody watching this, so proud of this rider to come back and to be competing after an accident. I hope Sharon gets to meet Jonty while she's here. She's putting in some pretty tight circles here, Clive. They're pretty small, and not always the easiest when you're riding an 18-year-old horse. 18 when he was returning to her riding. So I'm guessing he's a little bit older than this now, but still looking flexible.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of bend in those joints, and he's quite happy to do the smaller movements. And then I think we've just seen a 3-loop serpentine. The interesting thing before it was the 10-meter circle. Now, if that was supposed to be in walk, she did jog in the middle of it. So unfortunately, the judges might just notice that, and maybe not so impressed with it, but it's a lovely performance. She is covering all the sand in the arena and having a great time. Fantastic.
Yeah, really nice, and really forward test as well. Like they're traveling forwards the whole time. And again, Sharon looking up and ahead of herself, and just really powering through. And the walk is equally as forward as the trot.
Yep, there's a good momentum throughout the whole test, and the music we heard Steptoe and Sons. I think this is Sousa's Liberty Bell as well, and the great pieces of music for encouraging the horse and rider to travel in a purposeful manner. It's brilliant.
And what we learned from Jonty is not only the physical side of things when you've had an accident, but also when you've had a brain injury, adapting to that. So trying to remember dressage tests, trying to kind of get your brain to work in the way it did, and it doesn't. And so that's quite a difficult thing to get over as well. Knowing before, if you're a rider, that dressage tests were easy for you to remember, and suddenly Jonty found that just his short-term memory and long-term memory just wasn't there anymore. So having to adapt in those ways as well.
Yeah, and the frustration of knowing that things aren't functioning like they used to. I don't think, unless it's happened to you, you have any understanding of what that frustration and confusion can be like.
Some lovely movements here. The sitting trot really powering the trot through. Just occasionally a little bit inconsistent in the front end, but then she just guides him and pushes him through. This is a really pleasing test, Clive.
Yep, and when this rider arrives sitting trot like that, she looks totally able-bodied, which is exactly what we're working for with coaching, is to look as elegant and as precise on the horse as you possibly can. Some super work being shown.
Really, really lovely. Just coming towards the end of the test now. That all important. I always kept really nervous going down the centre line.
Yes, we might need to do some work on that at some point.
Yeah, I think so. A big pat there for the horse. And I would say that Sharon would be super pleased with that with Fly. And what a bond and relationship these two have.
Yeah, just lovely to watch. And look at that picture coming out of the arena. The rider's seat is swinging. She's following the movement, and he's very, very happy with himself. Great job.
Really great job. Cornelio, RDA and Kent will be super impressed with the rider. What a relaxed way to enter the arena. Really, really, really lovely way to exit. So we've got our final rider coming up. I'm just going to have a look on social media to see if we've had any new messages. Tell us what you're thinking. Tell us if you're enjoying it. Tell us who you're supporting. Sharon says, well done, Millie Boo Smith, especially on a horse you've not been on until this weekend. What? My goodness. We hear so many of these stories, don't we?
We do. There's a wonderful backstory to all of this. And of course, we're only commentating almost like a judge on what we see, but the history, the things that people have gone through, we have no idea what these personal stories mean to everybody.
Yeah, unbelievable stories. Lots of support for everyone here on the social media. Park Lane Stables, they're always commentating. This is fantastic. We love it. So our final rider coming through in this class is Vicky Nurcombe with My Last Bob. We've seen My Last Bob in a few of the other classes this weekend with the Wenlow RDA. So great to see. And I have some results in from grade 2 class earlier, the class 96. And the winner of this class, I'm not going to sing it. Well, I might sing it. Should I sing it? Mr. Bojangles is the winner of that class. The lovely Mr. Bojangles was 72.75% with Lisa Brooks. So huge congratulations to them on a great result. And I promise I will stop singing now.
Thank you for warning me. At least I could take the headphones off first.
I know, it's pretty bad, isn't it? Pretty bad.
Just don't go to X Factor, whatever you do.
No, pretty sure that shouldn't happen. So Vicky, who will be far superior to my singing in her dressage riding from the Wenlow RDA. If you've got any messages for Vicky, make sure you send them in. Make sure you click that like or share button, guys. Share the RDA love far and wide. We've got a few more classes to go, and I promise I won't sing. Well, I'll do requests if people really demand it, but no one wants that. And what's the atmosphere there at Hartbury like this weekend? I know there's stalls have been decorated. This Esme's been there. John T. Evans has been there. Sophie Christensen's been there. All these great ambassadors for the RDA. I know once I went to an RDA ball and interviewed Claire Balding, who's also an RDA supporter. There is such a lot of love for the RDA out there, isn't there?
There is, and it's not superficial. Obviously, as you know, I know Sophie very, very well, but she's passionate about coming back and putting something back into a sport and talking to young riders because of the support and love she had. And walking around the showgrounds over the last 3 days, everybody is chatting, everybody's supporting everyone else. Everyone's really thrilled when somebody from another RDA group wins a class, but they're also equally supportive if something hasn't gone according to plan. This is what I love about it. It really is that community that sometimes elite level sport has forgotten about.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a very smart test that's come storming into the arena. Vicky and My Last Bob, just straight away, a beautiful picture, beautiful outline. And there, I mean, look at that trot. She has come out as a fierce competitor here today and is not holding back to come off that trot round the corner, straight into that corner, no leaving any room there. And yeah, she's come out guns blazing.
Yeah, this has moved the whole class up another level, because not only do we have a horse with a frame that's heading towards the bit, this horse is completely connected, lovely and soft in the neck, really round, energetic frame, and lots of variation within the pace here, as well as the ground cover. Super job.
Yeah, really, really nice. And you can just see there that she's just leaning forward to give the rein. Obviously, there's different ways. You can lengthen that rein. You don't necessarily just have to let the rein out. You can lean forward and give it if that's the way that's best for you. And the horse taking it forwards and really elongating that walk. Okay, Clive, it's walk time. What are you making of this walk?
Yeah, the overtrack is good. The stretch to the contact is good, and the frame has maintained its flexibility. And as the riders come back, the horses come to a more advanced frame. Okay, a little bit noisy in the mouth in the transition, but walk was really, really good. I might even have that on 7.5 or an 8.
Oh, wow. Generous. Although you did give a 10 earlier on today for a halt. So I know the marks are in there, Clive.
Yeah, well, the riders deserve them.
So again, back into the trot. Just really, it's just lost a little bit of the impulsion there. She's just going to have to put that in. But I have a feeling now, yep, there we go, across the diagonal, just revving the engine a little bit and just getting that trot back up to what it was at the start. Because it can sometimes, after the walk can sometimes just kill the energy a little bit if you don't maintain it. And she's just doing a great job there of putting that energy back in.
Yeah, I think when we train our horses, we often walk them to warm them up, and then we do a bit of trot work, then we do a bit of canter work, and then we walk and put them away. And I think these sneaky little walk bits in the middle of a test are very good to show whether the horse is having a break or whether he's switched off. So it's a good idea in your training to do some walk work in the middle of your trot and canter work so that they stay up to the bridle and stay focused.
Yeah, that's a good tip there. You should be a coach, Clive. That's where your skills lie.
I am merely a gifted amateur.
It's been a long few days. Do send us any support. You've got Park Lane Stables. You're being quiet today, Park Lane Stables. Come on, send us some more messages. We love hearing them. But I'm really, really enjoying this test. I think she's doing a great job again, looking up and planning and working her way around this arena. And this is, again, another big horse for this size of arena.
It is. And the way she's placing his limbs in the corners and the straight lines is very, very good. It's been a super job. Really well ridden and presented.
And a great halt there just to finish. Big round of applause. Vicky obviously comes with a massive support crew, massive pat for My Last Bob. The Wenlow RDAs do seem to have a good support network here. There's lots of shouting that goes on when one of their riders goes in.
Oh, some of these RDA groups live the whole year for this weekend, and everybody comes en masse to support everybody, which is phenomenal. And we were chatting about the Dalmatian last night.
Mm-hmm.
I was chatting to the coach this morning who was the Dalmatian, and she said the only reason they did it was because last year that Dalmatian costume was designed for the disco on Saturday night, and it had stayed in a cupboard all year just to come out for that costume class yesterday.
Oh, that is brilliant. And only when you're commentating on an RDA can you have a conversation about, do you remember the Dalmatian we saw last night in the arena? I love it. I love having the variety in our commentary. It's absolutely brilliant. Right. Well, that was our last rider of the class. Loads more still to come from the RDA Championships here at Hartbury. We will be back at 1:15. For the grade 7 walk only class. Oh my goodness, Clive, are you getting excited because this is your favorite walk only class?
It's a walk class. Of course I'm excited. Can't wait to come back and help you.
There is no hiding in a walk class. We will have see riders riding their best and showing their skills. So please come back and join us at 1:15 here at Hartbury. Tune in Facebook, YouTube, or Horse and Country. Share the love. Make sure you are sharing the stream, and please send us in your comments on Instagram or Facebook, or send one to my own private Instagram, and I'll make sure I read it out. But we will see you back very soon. Hello and welcome back to the Dressage Nationals. The RDA National Championships. I've seen so much dressage today. I'm in my own little world. I think we might have a bit of a delay waiting for the first rider to come in. So we'll see who this rider is coming in, because the first rider had a different time, so they haven't warmed up yet.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Dressage Freestyle Grade 7.
So after a little break, this first class of the afternoon will be the Dressage Freestyle Grade 7 Walk and Trot class 99. And I am joined by the brilliant Clive Milkin. So first into the arena, Clive, is William Heath. And we've got the brilliant Oscar Puddle back, who we've seen a few times today already. This horse is proving to be one in a million.
Yeah, look at that expression on his face. He is just so happy to be here, helping his rider out. Quite happy to have a chat to the judge, see if he wants a mouthful of the judge's coffee. And yeah, he's such a superstar. He's such a seasoned professional, and that's what we want.
And I'm just checking results from earlier today, and I'm pretty sure that Oscar Puddle did well earlier on in the classes today. I'm just looking back through my results. Just such a lovely little horse, this. Absolute joy to watch. And in the junior section came second earlier on in the walk trot test for the Beaver Vale RDA. Sorry, you can tell I've been talking solidly for 3 days. I'm getting my words all muddled up today. I do apologise. I am back on form. I've given myself a tap around the face, woken up. But with Edie Mountain, Oscar Puddle came second earlier on with a mark of 71% in the grade 6 walk and trot. This is the grade 7 walk trot. How would this class differ to the grade 6 we saw Oscar Puddle in earlier, Clive?
The degree of impairment is slightly different in the grade 7, and obviously I won't sort of say much more than that. And because it's a grade 7 and it really is a complete freestyle to do whatever the riders would like to do in this class.
Oh, lovely. And straight away, so Oscar Puddle clearly has several sides to this pony, because he's been active, he's been forwards, he's been dancing, and he's just kind of taken himself back a peg for this class, hasn't he? And he's just taking his time and just gone that little bit slower. Obviously knows that this rider just needs a different side to his temperaments, and how horses react to different riders is quite frankly extraordinary.
Yeah, I think I've said it a lot over the weekend. They always amaze me. And you look, that ear is twitching. He's listening to the rider. He's aware of his environment, but he's just giving this rider a good experience at the National Championships. What more can you ask for from a horse like this?
Really lovely. And you can just see William looking around there, looking to see where he's got to go next, planning his route, and just riding past someone with a bit of paper. Now, anyone new to this sport, what are the rules, and who is that woman strangely standing on the edge of the arena holding a bit of paper?
Well, this ties into the fact it's a grade 7, which means, and at RDA level, you are allowed to have your test commanded, which basically means that the person on the side can call the test movements, but they're still only allowed to call the movements twice. And at international level, they would have somebody beside them to make sure that they weren't giving coaching instructions as well. They're only allowed to call out the floor pattern, and they're there for safety as well.
Excellent. So there's a very big difference, isn't there, by calling out commands and coaching. How hard is it to be on the side of the arena doing the calling and not giving the odd or keep your hand still, or go on, give him a little kick? I'm not sure. You know me, I love to talk, so I'm not sure I'd be able to keep it buttoned.
I think the threat of elimination, if the judge hears you, is enough to keep you supporting the rider and not get carried away.
And William doing an absolutely fantastic job here, keeping Oscar Puddle going. And Oscar Puddle just doing the occasional look towards the exit, just saying, are we ready to go back to the stables yet? And William saying, no, come on, buddy. This way, we've got to keep going. We've got to impress those judges.
Yeah, and he's got a friendly horse just stood underneath the balcony where I am. So he is a little bit distracted by his friendly horse, which is great. But as you say, with the caller, with the commander, Jenny, actually the RDA ponies know their instructors. So even if you're not coaching, you can still give a little hint when the pony trots. And there's nothing worse than a pony that's been fed polo mints for the coach to be rustling their papers, and the ponies will come towards you, stop and demand their treats.
But he's just did little pause there. Did you see the lip going then as well? Like, as a treat time? Yeah. Is it my time for my treats? William saying, no, not yet.
and you saw then that the coach actually is allowed to say, turn right towards the next letter, because we are trying to judge the horse and the rider's ability, not any impairment they have. So you unlike British dressage, you can say turn left towards M, and hand signals like that are allowed in case there's a hearing impairment.
Yeah, so you just saw William there looking over, just which way am I going? And what's been lovely though throughout the test, even though occasionally he's gone to just slightly go in the wrong direction and then corrected himself, was the rhythm. This rhythm hasn't changed at all. It's really sweet, it's really lovely, and it keeps going.
Yeah, being a grumpy coach, I would like it a little bit more active and with a bit more march, but you can't criticise the ground cover, the rhythm and the consistency of the pace.
And you can't criticise Oscar Puddle because I love him and I won't let you.
I knew you were going to say that.
Oh, look, and they're letting out the rain and Oscar Puddle having a little stretch because he's perfect.
Oh, perfect with a few quirks, maybe.
Oh, you're a tough one. You're a tough one. I will break you, I tell you. I will break that spirit, make you come down to my level and cry.
I haven't cried since 2012 at the games, and you probably won't see it again.
And we're getting lots of lovely messages on social media. And class, I'm a volunteer and a rider, and I would love to wish everybody the very best. I would love to send my love to all at Brandbourne. Big round of applause. And look at Oscar Puddle looking up. Yep, they're clapping for me. Bring it on. That is for me. And a lovely stroke there from William. And William just said, come on, we finished. No, Oscar's like, absolutely not. I'm just taking in the applause. I'm not going anywhere. Come on, William, give him a kick. That's it. Well done. Oscar Puddle very happy to just stay there. Well, I'm guessing Oscar Puddle might be a little bit tired as well. He's worked very hard over the last few days.
He's entitled to his rest at the end of that class because he has been so honest and genuine, and I think he was just expecting people to applaud him at the end. He was waiting for the accolades he deserves.
I'm just looking through all the messages, trying to find the ones that I'm going to read out. Park Lane Stables, it's been great having the live stream over the last 3 days. Hopefully we will do this again next year. Definitely. Hopefully Clive will be back as well next year. I'm not sure I could ever do this again without you.
If it doesn't clash with anything else I'm doing in Canada, or maybe we can both do it from Canada next year if I can't do it live.
Yes. Come and stay, Clive.
That might be a recipe for trouble.
Yeah, both of us being awake at 4 o'clock in the morning, I think we'd probably get the wine out. Right. Fantastic. Look at all the cuddles that Oscar Puddle's getting. Oh, I've still got some horses to see before I nominate my commentator's horse of the 3 days, but Oscar Puddle's definitely up there, I'm not gonna lie. Right, so I have been told that the other rider in this class has withdrawn, so unless I get a message otherwise, we are going to go on a little break before we have the final class of the whole 3 days, which will be the Walk Trot Open class 92. So if you've been waiting patiently for 3 days to watch that class, then make sure you come back at 1:45 for the last class of the 3 days. Clive, are you excited?
With 4 more horses to go and such a great competition so far, I'm sure the standards will be very high. So yes, I'm very excited.
And I have to say, send in your messages. Any other suggestions for my commentator's horse of or pony of the championships? I am open to bribes. I do like flowers and champagne. So any promises of that, and I'll vote for any horse. No, I'm joking. Any suggestions, any shout outs, let me know. Make sure you share the final hour of the RDA National Championships with your friends, and come back and join us in around about 15 minutes. Welcome back to the RDA National Championships. We are ready now for the final class of the championships, the final class of 3 days of competition. And the final class is the grade 7 walk trot open class. And to kick us off is Fleur O'Donoghue with Marley 2, Lowlands RDA Warwickshire. And she's just stopping there to have a little chat with the judges. She obviously heard my top tip, keep them on side. And someone who keeps laughing heartily at my top tips and keeping judges on side and finds my tricks very entertaining is the wonderful, the brilliant, the commentator, the legend now, as we're calling him, Clive Milkins. Clive, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Jenny. How are you doing?
I'm slightly tired, but I am battling on through. I have to say it's been a long 3 days, but brilliant 3 days. So much emotion. So we've got Fleur O'Donoghue now with Marley 2, this big beast of a horse, coming down the centre line to guide us through the last class here at the RDA National Championships. Anyone who's following us, make sure you share the love, give us those final shout outs. A lovely entrance. He is ready to go. Marley is off. She's actually wearing a double bridle here by the looks of things, Clive. What are the rules and regulations on that?
Actually, any rider can have a double bridle, but at the same time, if it becomes a welfare issue, then the judges can also ask for it to be removed before the next class. And of course, the thing is, the minute there is a contact issue, the judges are immediately going to say the double bridle is causing that. So you have to be very cautious, quite rightly, about using one in competition.
Yeah, and Marley obviously is a character. He likes to stick his tongue out here, but some horses just do that, some reasons for it. And he's just kind of being very expressive.
Yeah, I think he probably shares your opinion on judges by sticking his tongue out at them, which of course he can get away with, which of course you can't.
Yes, this is very unfair. One rule for a horse, one rule for a human. It doesn't seem fair. And this is the grade 7 walk trot open class. How does this class vary to the grade 7 walk trot class that we just saw? What is the open part of this?
I'm actually not quite sure, but what I do know is that looking down the list of competitors, it's a very, very varied class. So it probably allows for anyone and everyone who wants to have a go at it. But I'll be honest, I don't know. Maybe somebody can tell us in the comments.
Someone tell us, someone on the comms team. And then the Lowlands RDA Warwickshire. Have you come across this pairing before? Because there's been a lot of talent here that you don't know, Clive, because you've left us and gone to the Canadian team.
Well, yes, but I still keep my beady eye on them. I do know Fleur, and I actually know the Lowlands Farm RDA group because it's actually based with a great friend of mine called Ro Pudden, and it is the group originally was from the National Training Centre, although they're independent. So it's a very, very well established RDA group. And of course, the great Pat Strawn, who is no longer with us, who was a silver medalist in Atlanta in 1996, she rode for the Lowlands group. So this group has a great history here at the Nationals and beyond.
And what are you thinking of this test so far? Really active, really forward. She's come out with a good pace, and she seems to be maintaining it.
Yes, unfortunately, with my grumpy head on, the tongue is a real distraction because technically speaking, every time the judge sees the tongue out, they should knock a mark off per movement. Mm-hmm. So a horse like this will get very, very good marks on the side where the judge can't see the tongue. But the minute the judge can see the tongue, they have to take marks off because it can be a sign of resistance, which is a great, great shame because other than that, it is a lovely test.
I know, look at that stretch. That's a walk. What do you think? I know how you like to be critical of the walk. Is Fleur O'Donoghue doing enough to kind of get a nice comment out of Clive Milkins in her walk?
She might have done until the transition out of it. Sorry.
Oh, I thought that. I put the commentator curse on it, didn't I? It was
Yeah,
almost
you
a
did.
little bit hurried to come back up into the next part, wasn't it? She could have just taken a breath there.
Yeah, she could have used the corner to rebalance him and just done it very calmly and discreetly. And if your horse has a little bit of a tendency to resist, I would have done it the other way at the end of the arena where the judge couldn't see it quite so much.
Yes, there's a lot to be said about being a little bit sneaky, but she's just come down that centre line, a fantastic centre line to finish, and just saying, no, we're going to wait a second in the halt. And I actually think that Fleur was being a bit sneaky there. I think this horse is a lot more forward than she allowed us to see. And I think there was a lot of containing of this horse because she's doing big pats now, big cuddles. I love this. You know, I love pony patting. So I actually think that she was covering up and doing a fantastic job there of quite how wizzy this horse might have got.
I think you're right. I suspect the double bridle in this case is not only a refining aid to keep him nice and round, but it may well also be to help with the brakes a little bit because he's a big, strong horse.
Yeah, he's a big horse, and this is not the biggest arena, as we know, and we have discussed before. But I think she's absolutely delighted with that test. Loads of smiles and loads of pats for Marley 2. I wonder who Marley 1 was. For Marley, I'm sure he's known at home. I'm just going to have a look on social media to see if we've had any shout outs from anyone. These final moments to come. We're just waiting for the next rider to come in. You've been to so many games over the years. Was London 2012 the standout one for you?
Yeah, I mean, they are all so different. You can't compare them. But for the 5 that I've done, being at home games with my parents in the audience and having friends around you, but also helping to keep out of the way when they needed it. Yeah, London with the best horse in the world and the best jockey in the world at the time has to be a standout textbook moment for me. It went brilliantly from start to finish.
We've had a little shout out, Clive. Mary McGee. Jenny and Clive, this is brilliant that all the riders and volunteers can get involved. Team Omaha are watching both in the arena and back home. Well done, Apollo. Woohoo! So you were a big fan of Apollo, weren't you, earlier? Love that message. Sue Rigby, thank you for the live stream. It's allowed me to watch what has been happening as I was unable to take part as Team Wenlow RDA mum this year due to an accident. But this is what this is all about. Each and every rider take part and the enjoyment they have, not forgetting all the hard work of all the coaches, volunteers, and many others do in the background before, during, and afterwards. Then remembering the horses and ponies too. Thank you, everyone. Well said, Sue. I love that. Anna Wallace, good luck, everyone. Anna Glass, I'm a volunteer and a rider, and I would love to wish everyone the very best. And I would love to send my love to all at Brandbourne. Everyone, Matt has said everyone was great over the last 3 days. RDA's motto defines, it's what you can do that counts. Jenny and Clive were fab to commentate on the live stream. Oh, getting a lot of love, which is absolutely amazing. Are you feeling the love there, Clive? Is it warming you up inside?
I'm feeling the love. Let's put it that way.
So we have a friendly pony entering the arena just to give Trigger Park a little bit of confidence, being ridden by Millie Bolt from the Avon Centre in Bristol, your home one.
Yeah, I know Millie quite well, and also the person who's bringing the friendly horse in. In fact, Millie has just come back from Berlin for the Special Olympics World Games, where she won a gold and a bronze on a borrowed horse. So it's really great to see local riders, as well as those coming from as far away as Colombia and Northern Ireland, competing at this championships. It's fantastic.
Amazing. Well, huge congratulations to Millie. Apparently she started riding in 2012 and has been doing nationals since and regionals. So Millie, and this is a big looking horse, Trigger Park. And I love the fact the friendly horse is doing the lap with Trigger Park. Do you know the horse as well, or just the rider, Clive?
Yeah, no, I know Trigger. He is an ex-racehorse, and again, it shows the diversity of our horses. He's a lovely old horse. He is very, very sweet with a great temperament. with a bit of attitude from now and again. But I think Millie's done a great job, and you can, at this level, get the friendly horse to give the other horse a lead around the outside of the arena, even though Trigger probably doesn't need it, but it's giving Millie confidence, which is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you say this is an ROR horse?
Yes, he is, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. I love seeing a retrained racehorse. I've trained many myself and given them a career in eventing. And it's just so great to see these horses having a second career, because so many of them are just so wonderful.
Yeah, many years ago, I had a big grey horse off Richard Evans, the event rider, and the horse had been a point-to-pointer, then an event horse, and then he became a para and RDA horse as well. He was an awesome big grey thoroughbred.
It is funny, isn't it, how horses, I mean, my horse, if I was standing near him, he paws the ground, he batters me out the way, he pushes me around and gives me love. The moment my children stand in front of him, he stands like a rock. He wouldn't even dare lift his leg up to ask for a treat. He's so kind, and it is amazing how they can adapt their temperaments to the situation. And I'm sure that Trigger Park could go like a rocket if he wanted to, but he has come down at that centre line like an absolute gentleman.
Yeah, he's lovely. He's a great, relaxed. You could see him walking around the parade ring at Cheltenham with that walk. It's big and it's elastic, and yet he's very happy, nice and slow, stretching to the contact, and very happy with doing his job.
Yeah, Millie's looking great. They look like a great partnership. Lovely transition up into the trot there. Trigger Park kind of came a little bit above the bridle here, but accurate riding, nice and forwards, nice transition. I think there are more important things than horses being in an outline sometimes. I think it's sometimes just nice to get the other elements through and thinking about the accuracy.
Absolutely. And I think we've seen quite a variety of head carriages over the last 3 days, none of which has been distracting to the overall performance. And the frame, of course, is the pièce de la résistance. But as long as they're not against the hand, then they can still get quite good marks, just like Trigger Park is doing at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, isn't it? We haven't seen a single outline or head positioning that didn't look where the horse was happy.
No, and I think for those people that don't know, the frame is a very good indication of whether the horse is good and strong and soft in the back, or whether there is a resistance. And a good frame is about physiotherapy for horses. And we haven't seen one horse resisting or feeling uncomfortable. They've all been pretty relaxed and working towards the best contact they can, which is great.
Yeah, really, really great. Especially lovely in our final class here at the RDA National Championships. Like I say, if you want to give a shout out to anyone or get those final comments in, then do make sure you send them in now. And Trigger Point just saying, oh, I'd quite like to go a little bit faster. Maybe not. Just having a little bit of an opinion there. But Millie doing a great job to keep manoeuvring him into the corners for the Avon Centre in Bristol.
Yeah, his walk work at times is absolutely lovely. And can you imagine a pas de deux with him and Apollo?
Oh, my goodness. We need a new section. You need to get down there, Clive. Tell them next year. This is what we commentators are expecting.
I mean, look at that walk now. He's lovely and relaxed and stretching to the contact. That's super.
Really lovely. Just make sure those judges are noticing it. Those grumpy judges. I'm only joking. I also have to say a massive thank you to the judges for the last few days. They've worked incredibly hard. And to all the volunteers, ground crew, helpers, all the people who are at the end of the phone feeding me all my information over the last few days. It has been absolutely brilliant. And we've watched some amazing sport. And we're just watching Millie Bolt now finishing off her final centre line. Look at it. Trigger's like, hi, I'm here. Oh, look at that halt. She has got to be really pleased with that. What a way to finish the test.
Yeah, that's a real highlight for me. Was Millie's clearly very happy, and to halt nice and round in the frame. I know we don't like the expression on the bits. He was nice and round in the frame and relaxed and super square in front. And Millie is thrilled, and so is he. That's great.
Oh my goodness, that pony is going to get a truckload of carrots, I think, when he gets back to the box. What a lovely sight there. Millie absolutely delighted to be through her test, and not only be through it, but have ridden it so well as well. Look at all the pats. He knows he's done well, doesn't he? Look at those ears.
Yeah, he can go back to the horse box very, very happy with himself.
He can. Look at that. And it's just so lovely to think that once upon a time he was told, go as fast as you can in a straight line. And now he's being told to go as steady as he can in circles, and taking it to his career so well. Absolutely lovely.
Yeah, great job.
So our next rider is also from the Avon Centre. I'm guessing you must know the Avon Centre pretty well, being your neck of the woods there, Clive.
Yeah, I'm also the vice president for the Avon Centre, and it's very close to my heart because both my mother and father, when they were alive, Dad was a coach there and at one time the treasurer. And my mum, even though she was never horsey, actually ran the cafe 3 days a week. She ran it with a hand of iron, I have to say, but it's still called Margaret's Cafe to this day. So yes, I'm very close to the Avon Centre.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And if anyone wanted to drop in, or if they're in that neck of the woods and thought maybe the RDA may be something they want to get involved in, whereabouts is the Avon Centre? How can they get involved?
It's just outside the city, opposite Blaise Castle. So it's really, really easy to get to, and everyone is very friendly there.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Always looking for volunteers, all the RDA centres. So next we have Matilda Walsh riding Karen Keedy, who's entering the arena. Again, friendly horse back in, being made useful, this pony. Getting lots of cuddles as they wait. And Karen Keedy for the Avon Centre. Matilda Walsh to take her through our next walk trot test. The horse just having a little bit of a look around. Excuse me, where am I? And this arena seems absolutely enormous to me. And what are all these signs on the walls? All these things going through. There must be monsters in here, I'm sure of it. So Matilda's going to just have to guide this horse past those scary judges and just give them a little bit of reassurance. It looks like there's a little bit of tension here at the moment. Quite rightly, I'd be terrified going in that arena.
Yeah, there's a little bit of kerfuffle about whether they want a friendly horse or not, which I think has been a little bit distracting, and the friendly horse has just left. So, yeah, there's a little bit of confusion going on at the moment, but I'm sure either the judge will get everything calm and organised again.
He looks like a friendly judge.
He can be.
Big smiles from Matilda there. And you, I mean, over the years, you were saying earlier that 2012 was the real highlight for you when it came to games, Paralympic games. I mean, even in the time that I've been working within the sport, I've seen such a massive change. But do you think that was the turning point for audience participation and level of horses coming into it? Do you think 2012 was a massive turning point?
I don't only think for equestrian sport. I think 2012 Paralympic Games, with its massive coverage on mainstream TV and the way the whole country got behind it, I think you'll find history will tell you that 2012 was a massive turning point for the whole of parasport. And I'm very proud to say that the Brits did it.
Yeah, absolutely. And shows like The Last Leg, which made it okay with them. Is it not okay to say things, and just the kind of making people like realize that making fun of a lot of the sports. And I know Lee Pearson's been on it, and the guys after the last games were on it, and just kind of putting it in the spotlight, putting sport in the spotlight, and making people realize this is top level sport. And I think 2012 was such a huge turning point. And I was very lucky to go to the closing ceremony, invited by the para team, and it was one of the best nights of my life. It was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, the closing ceremony and the after party are always pretty spectacular. And I think London showed us athletes were allowed to own their impairment and take the mickey out of themselves, which is for some people very, very important to not detect it, but actually make it a little bit light and how they've overcome things.
Yeah, absolutely. And this test is looking lovely. Again, I think Matilda's just having to do a little bit there to keep this horse in check and just say, this isn't a speed test. This is to be nice and calm and collected and controlled. And again, look at her hands, Clive. They are just so... I mean, that if you were going to say, look at a rider's position, I mean, Matilda's got the most textbook position out there.
Absolutely. She's really following the movement. And yes, I think you're right. The horse is showing a little bit of tension in the walk, but she's not making it worse. The rider, Matilda, is actually keeping things under control. She's giving the horse confidence, and her hands are not blocking and therefore not allowing the horse to fight her. It's a picture to watch.
Yeah, really, really lovely. Looking ahead, planning where she's got to go. And also what she seems to be doing is just keeping the rhythm with the and keeping the pace, but with the trot. So it's always amazing what you can do by slowing or speeding up your rising, and that can dictate the pace of the trot. And you can just see how steady her rise, and that's keeping this horse contained. And just rather than going to the hand and pulling with the hand, which is just such an automatic reaction, she's not doing that, and she's just keeping this horse contained. This is absolutely a masterclass in how to just keep a horse calm in a dressage test.
Yeah, speed is the enemy of energy, if you like, and she's got this really well contained, and she's kept the balance, which is super.
Just probably, I know what you're going to say, that you'd like to have seen a bit more stretch in that walk. Am I right?
Yeah, I would. I have to be honest, I would. And even here, I'd like to walk a little bit slower so they look as though they can take a breath. But I still think Matilda's doing the best job she probably can on the day.
And I think there's probably a wise decision, because if she'd have tried to go slower, I think this pony did go up into the trot again, there might have been a little bit of an explosion. So sometimes it's worth kind of foregoing a few marks to make sure that the rest of the test goes to plan. But look at that halt. Absolutely fantastic from Matilda. I think she's absolutely delighted with that. Massive pats for the pony. Yeah. And a lot of sparkle on her boots, I've just noticed.
I was avoiding that.
Yeah. Oh, he's still got his grump on. Oh, just shortening up the rein there, just working out the best way out of the arena. And there's one of our wonderful volunteers just moving the arena so she can exit.
Now that's a pretty good stretch in the walk.
I know. I was just thinking that, but you can't. Sometimes you've just got to go, I'm not going to get that today. That's not going to happen today. This horse looks like he's a little bit on his toes.
Yeah, and that's sort of a little bit, I think there's a bit of confusion going on from the rider, and that's where the coach did a good job of stepping in and just guiding them back out of the arena again.
Well, we have our next rider is going to be Jessica Chapman with Tato. We've seen Tato a couple of times from the famous Pennywells RDA in Hertfordshire. And Jess has been riding with Pennywells for many years, and in 2019 was national champion, going on also to win at the RDA ID Championships in Solihull with Oreo. Jess absolutely loves her riding and helping out Pennywells, and she's also a regular volunteer, which is fantastic. But so many of the riders also give back as well. So many here of competing and then help other people and volunteer at the clubs that they're a part of. It's just one big family.
Yes, and I was chatting to a great friend of mine last night, whose name is Zoe, and through RDA coaching, Zoe had a very nasty motorcycle accident many years ago now, but because of RDA, she eventually became the world's first qualified para riding instructor. So she did her BHS exams after her accident, and that's one of the other things RDA does. It helps with rehabilitation, and it gives people confidence to go back into the outside world through their love of horses, which is always, and then put stuff back into the world. And you've read out so many messages about, from people who are volunteers and riders. It's putting something back into the sport and the community that we love, which is great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm guessing you work as well with the top level riders, and a lot of them are giving back into the sport and inspiration. Do you hear many people within the RDA? Who would you say that is the riders that people really look up to? Who would you say are the popular ones that people want to be like?
I have to be honest, all our top level para riders are an inspiration and a role model to others. So I know how much Sophie Christensen mentors young riders. She, like me, has a soft spot for the grade 1 riders, but she does mentor those. Lee always has a good word to say to other riders and is encouraging. And of course, Sophie Wells does a massive amount of coaching these days. And of course, Ricky, with his newfound career in being a stand-up comedian, still has time to support RDA riders, which is fantastic.
And we were talking earlier about the great Carl Hester, who is an inspiration to so many, and he's also been an advocate for the RDA and helping the RDA and being an ambassador in the past with riders like him, and inspiring as well, and getting dressage in any way, shape or form into the public eye. I mean, he's done amazing work over the years, because let's face it, I mean, when he started out, we were pretty rubbish at dressage, weren't we?
Oh, we were, and I think Carl has revolutionized dressage in this country, and there is an RDA Cup called the Carl Hester Cup. So you're quite right, he does put stuff back into RDA, but he's changed everybody's attitude. Carl virtually single-handedly has said to the British dressage, we can do this with good, correct training. He's got everybody on side. He's been a very inspiring, unofficial team manager in many, many ways.
And he's just a really nice guy as well. It's so irritating.
Yeah, he really is a nice guy. On many occasions where able-bodied have run with para, he and I have sat discussing the differences and similarities between the way he coached Charlotte compared with the way we work with people like Sophie. And we discovered we had a lot more similarities than differences, even though the degree of difficulty is very different.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that even Vallegro has helped raise funds for local RDA groups, and he's now Vallegro is now basically just a film star, really, isn't he?
He really is, and he does like his autograph signing when different groups of people visit Carl's yard, and the horse just loves having his photograph taken, and it's a great fundraiser for everybody.
Yeah, he is an amazing horse, and how much that horse is giving back to sport. And we've got a lovely test here from Jessica Chapman with Tato. I've seen Tato has had a few different riders on him. He is a stalwart of the Pennywells RDA group by the looks of things.
Oh, yeah, he's a bit of a unicorn, really, isn't he? He's come in, he's done his job. He has 2 great paces, very TikTok, very happy with what he's doing and helping this rider perform to the best of her ability.
Yeah, really. And again, just look at this position. So balanced, such lovely hands, such lovely riding. So looking up, looking where she's going. I mean, this is again a masterclass in riding, turning the outside aids, not just pulling on the inside rein, letting Tato's rhythm, not pushing him out of the rhythm. Because again, that's so important when you're riding these native breeds. They have their own paces. They have their own trot, they have their own gaits, and you can't make a cob go like a thoroughbred. So you have to work with that pace. And I think the pace she's getting out of this horse and the walk she's getting out of it is fantastic.
Oh, it really is. And from the angle I'm at, you can really see that circles are circles, and there is a difference when you go into the corner before the circle and when you come out after it. And this TikTok ground covering sweet test is a really good demonstration of an RDA dressage test. It's leading on into para. It's fantastic.
Yeah, really good ground coverage and very relaxed, but still with that forward momentum that you're looking for, the kind of that dream goal, especially when riding a cob, to be able to keep that forward momentum through each of the paces. It's actually really tricky.
It is. And the horse looks as though he's doing it on his own. And I think we talked about the frame earlier. Even though he's not as round as some of the other horses, he's still very happy in the contact. There is no resistance. And he's doing his job so the rider can do hers, and look at that halter finish. Fabulous.
Really lovely. And the drop of the rein shows how relaxed he is. Absolutely wonderful. A lovely test from Jessica Chapman with Tato for the Pennywells RDA. I know they'll all be super proud of her. And I love the little dash of pink on her collar. I want to know where that jacket's from, Jessica. I would love one like that. I absolutely love that. I know you're not going to be enjoying the bling and the pink. I know, but I'm allowed to appreciate it, Clive.
Everyone's on their own journey, Jenny. That's fine.
So I'm just getting information through that we have one final rider that isn't on my list coming in. I am informed that this is going to be Victoria Wallace on Dancing Homes from the Marlborough Group. That is all the information I have. Clive, do you know the last rider that's coming in, Victoria Wallace?
I'm afraid I don't know. So this is a completely new combination to me.
Well, we can be wowed and amazed by them. This is the last test here on the live stream of the RDA National Championships 2023. Just coming into the arena now, being led in. Victoria Wallace on Dancing Homes. I wonder if the nickname's Sherlock. I think that'd be a fitting stable name for this one.
Or it might be Watson.
Oh, I like that. Watson would be a good name for this horse. Just having a little look to the arena, just making sure the adoring fans are all there. And again, this is a big striding horse. So she's going to have to work hard to navigate round this arena. Just having a little look, just saying, oh, this looks a bit scary. Yeah, that's definitely a scary poster. Don't like that poster. Victoria saying, you're absolutely fine. Come on, keep going. Look, see, Darling Holmes thinks the judges are scary as well. No, I'm not just the only one.
I refrain from commenting.
I think you've got a job in the diplomatic service as well, Clive. I think you're missing
yeah, right.
calling.
Yeah. Anybody that knows me knows that I'm anything but diplomatic.
Some other comments on social media. Anna Glass said, I'm loving all of the feedback. I'm wondering if she's talking about our feedback here. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And then Michelle Wallace just saying how exciting this class is. Excellent. Thank you, guys. Loving having you tuning in. Make sure that you share. And obviously you can watch this all back afterwards as well. Don't have to just watch it live. So down the centre line, the last centre line here at the Nationals. You've got a better vantage point than me. How straight was that, Clive?
It looked pretty where I am and very relaxed. And he looks a little bit more settled now he's in the arena. And he's lovely and straight. Good big walk. And he seems less concerned about walking towards the judge than he did going past them.
Oh. I'm not sure about that. There was a little look there.
No.
That's really well ridden by Victoria.
Yeah, as you say, the curse of the commentator.
Yeah, exactly. You'll learn that. Okay, so just popping him up into trot and just still a little bit unsure here, just saying, and you can tell, like, if you're watching this and you're learning as you go along with our feedback, that this is a kind of trot that's saying, I'm not quite sure what's going on. They do it in two ways. They either back off and go a bit slower, or they go much faster. So this is probably the reaction that Victoria would prefer. But this is definitely just an unsure trot right now.
Yeah, I'd call this a trickle trot, which is great because at least the rider feels safe and has time to think and get themselves organised.
Yeah, absolutely. Because remember, horses are flight animals. So if you can have a horse that reacts like this when they're a bit worried, then this is the best way. But Victoria doing a great job, literally holding Dancing Holmes's hand through this test and encouraging Dancing Holmes, I'm guessing mare, encouraging her forward. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think you're right. And she's really decided that she doesn't like the judges' box. And I think this develops quite an interesting discussion, is that do we rehearse our tests with the same sort of paraphernalia around the outside of the arena that you'll see in competition? And of course, we are a sport where we tend to dress differently for competition to we do in training. And do we practice with our shirts and ties and jackets on? And I remember a little boy at the Nationals one year stopped and started to unplait his horse down the centre line. And when I demanded to know why, he said, "But Clive, you've always taught me to take the knots out of the mane."
Oh, that's lovely. And I have to say, Victoria is really, really having to guide her round, this mare. But she is doing such a fantastic job of reassuring her. And I noticed as she went past the judge there, she gave the horse a scratch on the neck, just to say, it's okay, it's all right, these judges aren't that scary. And that's quite hard to do in the middle of a test where you're trying to get the horse to go forward, to have that thought to go, do you know what, actually a pat is going to do me more favors here than anything.
And it really is good training. This horse will come back better for this next time because the mare has been given such a good supportive ride by the rider. I think there's so many good points here that there'll be disappointment, sure, but actually they'll come back better for this. And what a great learning experience it's been.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, I'd much rather the horse reacted like this than said, do you know what, actually, I'm going back to the box. Because if this horse wanted to go back to the box, it certainly could if it wanted to.
Yeah, there'd be no stopping her.
Yeah. Let's see what she thinks of these judges on this centre line. Oh, there you go. Big pat. She just has got a very worried expression on her face, doesn't she?
She has. Yeah, she does. She's a little bit concerned.
Fantastic.
Well, I'm going to read out this final comment on social media from Flickr Question. The displays of talent in the championships has been amazing. And there you go. Victoria just patting Dancing Holmes on the neck there just to say, well done. We don't have to go near those judges anymore. You can come out of the arena. But what a 3 days of competition it has been. Am I allowed to ask for a highlight, Clive?
Yes, you can. It's been such a high standard and such lovely, happy horses and riders. So I don't have one favourite, well, apart from my own riders. And did I tell you that Kane, who rode last night after losing his grandfather, got 77% in that test? So personally, that has to be a highlight for me. So
that is fantastic. Well, huge congratulations to Kane. Huge congratulations to Victoria being our last rider going out through the funnel to conclude our live stream here at the RDA National Championships. Well, I'm going to do a drum roll. I have to say, I think my pony or horse of the championships, I've got to throw it out there. I do it every time. My commentary pony, and I hope you'll back me up on this, has got to be Oscar Puddle. I just love Puddle. I think that horse has been amazing. That pony's been amazing. I've seen Oscar perform. Puddle, they know it, back at the stables, perform in so many different classes here over the last few days. And I just think I was a big fan of Boise as well. And I was a big fan of Hercules. But I think from the Beauvoir Valley Vale RDA in Nottingham, Oscar Puddle has got to be my pony of the championship. So Matt, I know you're listening. Can you post that on social media with a little picture of Oscar Puddle if you can find one, and pass that on to his group? But I know Edie Mountain was one of the riders, and he got ridden by so many people over the last few days. So I hope you're in agreement, Clive. Does that sit all right with you?
I'm very happy with that. I think he deserves it for the name alone, which I think is fantastic. So, yeah, he'd be my choice as well, I have to be honest.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Clive Milkins. You were only meant to do a couple of hours of commentary, and you have taken it on. Not only have you been brilliant, but you've had to lead the way where the internet has failed on me occasionally, and taken over the commentary. I have really, really enjoyed having you on board the commentary team. And of course, massive thank you to Adam Cromarty, who joined me on the commentary for the first day. What a nationals it has been. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you to all the volunteers, all the riders, more importantly, the horses and ponies. What a 3 days. Clive Milkins, thank you very much for joining me. Have you enjoyed it?
I have loved every minute of it. Thank you for allowing me to promote RDA, Jenny. Thank you for your friendship and commentary over this. It has been a great, great experience. I've loved every minute of it.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Well, you deserved a well-earned glass of wine. Safe trip back to Bristol with Teddy, your gorgeous dog. Thank you again. And thank you everyone for tuning in. And hopefully you will join us for the virtual nationals, which take place in November. But for now, it is goodbye from me. I am off to bed. I need a snooze. It is 6 o'clock in the morning here for me. But from the whole team at the RDA, thank you so much, guys. And until next year, it is goodbye for now. Thank you so much, Clive.
Thank you.